I'll just give you a brief introduction. Good morning to all of you.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good
So
morning.
I welcome you for the fourth day of the program. Tomorrow, our program will carry on till 2:30, and then at 3 o'clock, 2:30 to 3, there'll be a valedictory session, and then 3 to 4, there'll be simple written exams as per the AICT practice. We'll be circulating the attendance sheet at 11:30 again for yesterday. Those who are not filled up, they can do so. And attendance sheet and feedback form will be given to you at 3:30 today for today's lecture. Let me introduce Dr. Gupta. Dr. Gupta is a well-known, Atlas TI expert. He is a trainer, and he has written a book on the Atlas TI, on methodology of how to use Atlas TI. He'll be explaining more in detail, but this is what I've understood about him. And the book is being printed by Springer, which is a well-known publishing house. He has worked in Indian Air Force. That was something new to me also earlier. From Indian Air Force, he has come to academics. He did his MBA, and then he did PhD, and he had written a book. He is also Erasmus Mundus Fellow of Milan, University of Milan, Italy. So that is a very great achievement, Dr. Gupta ji. So, that is good. And at present, he is teaching as a professor in Vivekananda Management Institute in Mumbai. I got his reference to some friend of mine, so I was in touch. So I just wanted to be very honest with you. I just wanted to interact with him, and so I sent some content. So he did a good job, which I have used his clippings in my presentation on sentiment analysis. So today, all the content Atlas TI is yours, and those of you who have downloaded will definitely will be having the first hands-off experience with him. Over to you, Dr. Gupta ji. Aaj aapka pura din aapka hai. You are the opening batsman and also the closing batsman.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for organizing such a wonderful workshop. Really, qualitative research is the need of time for each and every researcher in India, at least. And thank you all participants for showing interest in this ATAL FDP. It is really wonderful workshop organized by Dr. Srivastava sir. And definitely, as he introduced, we are going to discuss more about ethnography, content analysis, video analysis. So definitely, I'm going to give you a lot of examples, lot of practical exposure to how to work theoretically and also practically through Atlas TI. May I share my screen, sir?
Yeah. Please go ahead, sir.
Let me share my screen.
There is an arrow. If you see, there is an arrow.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, visible, sir.
So you have already introduced. This is the certificate University of Berlin has Atlas TI team has given me, I'm going to. So first of all, let me set the tone of this entire session. The modality of this entire session is I expect more and more questions from participant so that I can also learn in the process, because I always believe that one person doesn't have all the answers, and one brain is not superior than 100 and many brains. So I expect more and more questions from your sides, and I will try to address your queries, and my entire focus is to give you practical exposure rather than theoretical exposure, because I know that a lot of books are available on theoretical concept about ethnography, video analysis, audio analysis, or any qualitative research design or methods. And since I did my qualitative research during my PhD, it was pure qualitative research, and I did thematic analysis where I interviewed 23 participants, and I analyzed using Atlas TI-5 that time, 2010, and it had a lot of content with the context and numbers. Okay, so in today's session, I'm going to also give you parallelly my experience about how to go about ethnography, how to collect data, what are the different challenges researcher face during data collection, what are the different pitfalls, and what are the different strategy and key success factor that participant or ethnographers can take into account. Okay, and I'm sure that and I assume that most of the participant and or all participants, they have basic knowledge about qualitative research, not Atlas TI, qualitative research, because Atlas TI is just a tool, and conceptually you need to be very, very thorough about underlying assumptions about qualitative research, research design, research methodology, uh, and you don't need to be the software expert, because even if you become software expert and if you are not expert in research design and research methodology, the things will not move on. Okay, so I always suggest my participant to be expert, know about research design, research methodology. Okay, because that is the backbone of any qualitative research. Okay, now coming back to ethnography, I I I will take this session in a very, very I will break all the jargons and all complex information what is there in the literature in a very, very simple way, so that you all participants can understand what session is and what topic we are discussing and how to go about analyzing the ethnographic ethnographic style. Okay, so ethnography, the most of the origin of these words are Greek. There are two keywords, ethno and graphy. Ethno means people, nation, society, folk. That means and graphy means I write, right? That means I means researcher. That means researcher is going to write about people, about society, about the folk, about the culture. This is ethnography. That means any researcher, and secondly, this ethnography is a part of anthropology. Okay, where you study people lives, the culture. So any person who does this research on the the culture, the society, the customs, the belief, he becomes the ethnographer. Okay, and what he does, he or she does, he try to understand the holistic lifestyle, the customs, the rituals, the norms of people in the particular settings. Okay, and this is how this ethnography is all about. So I will again give you more idea about it, more and more I move forward. So this is the basic idea about what ethnography is. Ethnography is nothing but a study of culture, human behavior, settings, along with when you talk about human behavior is shaped by so many things, by your observation, by your experience, by social norms, by history, uh, particular setting, what people follow, what people behave, what are their habits, right? And that is how the culture is created. So basically you understand, you as a researcher try to understand how people uh, work in the particular setting, particular culture, about the subject that you are going to study. Okay, this is all about ethnography. The origin is from Greek. Ethno means people, nation, society, culture, and graphy means I write. That means I is a researcher. You are going to write the people's life along with their habits, about their customs, about their rituals, you know, and try to make meaning of your observation. Okay. Meanwhile, I'm discussing. If you have any question, you can stop me. You can free to raise any question. Now, just to refresh your knowledge, on the screen I have given you some idea about uh, research. Okay. There are basically two type of research. One is number based, other is non-number based. Okay. And they are both driven by different philosophy, different perspective. One side where one quantitative research try to test available literature, theory, concept. Qualitative research is actually try to generate, discover, explore, try to understand the phenomena which is either less understood or not understood, right? So this is how the researcher generate motivation, whether he or she is driven by qualitative research and quantitative research. So based on the available literature or available knowledge, you try to delve into and try to find out whether you get answer to your query from the literature. If you get the answer, perhaps you are more driven by quantitative research. But if you don't have enough or adequate knowledge about the particular concept, then you have no option rather than to follow qualitative research. And further, if you want to generalize your concept, many times people ask question about qualitative research, especially people those you have less exposure to qualitative research. About when you try to show your findings, people try to ask question about, can you generalize these findings? And I always suggest and I always tell, this question is fundamentally wrong, because the nature of qualitative research is to understand, not to generalize, whereas the nature of quantitative research is to generalize. Okay. And if you want to generalize any research which is mixed, always you need to start, generally these are the guidelines, you need to start with the qualitative research, end with the quantitative research, and then you can see, based on a result of qualitative research and quantitative research, how far, how rich, and how wide, and which concept you can generalize. But qualitative research nature is not to generalize but to understand. And that is why when you collect data, both are different, driven by different perspective. You can see the two keywords, qualitative research inductive and quantitative research deductive. These are both two approaches of coding. You can say coding approach, you can say also analysis approach. Inductive approach is always used in pure qualitative research, deductive usually quantitative research. And inductive approach is simply because when you are going to code your data, you do not have any preconceived opinion or preconceived concept in your mind. Everything, in every idea, every concept that you are going to code is grounded in the data itself, not outside the data, right? Whereas in deductive approach, deductive coding, as you know that quantitative research is driven by, the theories, concept, already available knowledge, where you have already variables in your mind, you have already well-known concept in your mind. So your approach of analysis or your coding approach is driven by the existing knowledge, existing idea. And then from where you try to locate by using the lenses where these informations are available, right? Whereas in inductive, you don't have any preconceived lenses. Only lens you have is the research question, what you are going to find out. Okay. For example, assuming that you all know about the need hierarchy theory, And if you want to conduct uh, any research which is based on need hierarchy theory or basic motivation theory, then theory is already there, and there are different pyramidal shape this need is arranged. So if you want to find out some information about the self actualization, then from the data that you have collected, you are going to locate where this kind of concept available, and then accordingly you try to decide whether to code or not to code. That is purely the example of deductive approach. Whereas if you want to study any concept, for example morale, employee morale, and in employee morale, if there is no data, no theory is available, or no clear cut literature is available, then definitely you are going to find out from the data, from your own field experience, from the literature, what can make sense to you, which actually influence or make or shape the morale. So from the data you are going to locate using research question, and if you follow that approach, that is known as inductive approach. So inductive is data driven, deductive is theory driven. And accordingly, the philosophy of qualitative and quantitative goes. And in between, you can see field note, observation, experience, interactions, and arrow is left side. That means these are all part of qualitative research. Uh, Always in qualitative research, most of the time, based on my experience, researchers, when they venture into the field, when they collect data, they rely more on captured data, textual data, audio data, video data, and they do not use or forget to use or whatsoever is the reason, they do not use their experience data by their brain. Yes, please go ahead. Anyone? Any question by anyone? Some mic is on, I hope. Okay. Okay. So this field note observation, that as a researcher that you capture from the field, make very, very vital meaning, because researcher himself or herself is one of the respondent in qualitative research, especially when you go into the field, when you collect data from the field. Okay. So this is how, and at the bottom you can see conceptualization to generalization. That means first you create theory. Theory, in a sense, in this research part, theory doesn't mean that actually creating a theory. Theory means also means the concept. That means knowledge you are going to create which is not available, or which is available but less understood by the people. So theory, in the sense, it has broader meaning than only the theory. Okay. Any questions so far? Otherwise, I will move forward. Okay. Now, on the screen, you can see two keywords, human interaction and context. And these two keywords actually differentiate qualitative research and quantitative research. In quantitative research, these things are missing. Qualitative research, these things are integral part of qualitative research. Whether you take field-based qualitative research, or you take literature-based qualitative research, where you don't need to go to the field. For example, qualitative content analysis. If you want to gather a lot of literature, and if you want to find out on the particular concept, what is emerging from the literature, then you tend to go with the qualitative content analysis, where context makes meaning. In which context which word has been used, or which concept has been used. So that means concept within context you are going to find out. If you want to go with the qualitative quantitative content analysis, then only you are looking for the content, not the context. Human interactions, when you go in the field, this plays very, very, because you are going to interview, you are going to observe, you are going to interact, you are going to capture, and so many things. Apart from spoken words, your brain, your senses, your eyes, your experience captures so many things that is captured in your brain. And practically many researchers fail to document what is captured by their senses. But the fact is that those informations are very, very crucial, and researchers are supposed to document all those experience in the form of field notes during their data collection. That is why whenever I go and I uh, uh, witness any kind of presentations or any interview synopsis presentations kind of things, I always ask question, uh, how many field notes you have. Have you collected data in the field note? And if researcher says are just fumble about field note, then I raise serious question about, because in field research, whether you go with the phenomenology, ethnography, grounded theory, case study, or narrative analysis, any qualitative analysis, field based, you must have actually the field notes. And field notes is nothing but all your observation, your means researcher observation, your experience about the phenomena of the research. Okay, because those phenomena you also going to use in during your analysis process. And from field note, when you are going to use Atlas TI, or even without using Atlas TI, people try to use memo. Memo simply mean that researchers field experience. Okay, because that plays role, because you are not outside the context, unlike in quantitative research. Because in quantitative research, researcher is not within the context, researcher is outside the context. But in qualitative research, you are all the data, all the information is context specific. Researcher cannot detach himself or herself from the context. That is why observation of researcher, experience of researcher plays much bigger role, and there is no question about it. I will move forward. Any questions so far? Okay, I will move. Okay, so these are just generic understanding about ethnography and phenomenological research. And I have already given you basic idea about ethnography, about the study of culture, uh, people in the group, particular society, particular community, and therefore you need a lot of people to be interacted in the multiple groups. Okay, whereas phenomenological research is more about how people behave and how people make sense of in their settings. And usually it is a smaller part of the culture. For example, with and phenomenological research is conducted usually within the organizational context. If you want to study maybe those who are in the business context, I can give you multiple examples. For example, if you want to study, any question by anybody? Okay. If you want to raise any question about how human resource practices prevails in the particular industry, or how motivation practices prevail, so these are the subjects, and in those contexts you are going, you can study the context. Okay, and usually 5 to 15 participants required, but no matter, because in my case I take 23. One of my friend, he took 35 respondent. And actually it is not pre-decided, these numbers are just a kind of guidelines. These numbers now I will ask a small question in between, and if anybody is interested to respond, otherwise I can move forward. People generally ask question about what was your sample size, is generally in qualitative research. So what could be your response if you get this kind of question? What was your sample size in qualitative research, especially field based? What could be your response, and how do you respond to this question? Can anybody try, or can anybody educate us? If somebody is there, yeah, please go ahead.
So am I audible?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think for a research paper, like in qualitative research, the maximum or the minimum respondent should be at least 10 to 12. Or and for a thesis, I think it should be like 50 or 55. And the majorly when the responses starts repeating, that is the point where I think the data collection should stop, according to me.
Great, great, great. Fairly good answers. Anybody else? Anybody else? Okay, great. A fairly good answer. And last sentence was actually very, very meaningful. That when your information get repeated, then a researcher decide to stop taking more and more responses. That is the point uh, uh, of saturation, and that point is known as saturation of data. So saturation of data decides the number of participants. In qualitative research, researcher himself or herself doesn't decide how many participants, and there is no concept of sample size. It is decided during the data collection. And as the participant mentioned about 10 to 12 or 40 to 50, uh, partially okay, but I will give you the good background about it. In especially, and it also depends about the which research design do you choose. For example, if you take case study method, in case study you can take only one, a minimum one responses you can take. One responses you can take one question, but you can do even the PhD thesis. You can do the research, everything. So in case study method, one to generally, uh, you know, 5, 6, 7, 10. People can say so many numbers, but case study within less than 10, you can think that will be enough. Phenomenological approach, usually, less than 20, 25. When you take the grounded theory approach is the one which need a repeated number of field-based data collection. Created by uh, Strauss and Glazer and Strauss in 1967. And the multiple number of data collection, and there grounded theory is known as the mother of all qualitative research, where you try to take max to max 40 to 50 responses mentioned in the literature, because you take number of times the data collection as long as the new informations are emerging. The moment new informations stop emerging, you try to stop and try to create what is coming from the grounded theory approach. Okay, so in qualitative research, if you ask number of participants, minimum one, maximum, since grounded theory take the maximum number of respondents, so maximum 40 to 50 so far written. But there are people those who have taken even 70, 75. But general idea is in case study one and max to max in grounded theory 40 to 50, around 40, 50 or 60. This is how it is done. Okay. Any question or any doubt or any suggestions so far? Okay. Yeah, go
So
ahead,
how
please.
many did you tell for ethnography?
So ethnography, there are no numbers, since there are multiple cultural group. So it purely depends on, and as you also mentioned about the repetition of the information, as long as researcher is getting more and more information. So there are no specific numbers. It can take even 40, 50, 60, because in ethnography, it is not one day phenomena. Usually, participants are supposed to spend minimum 6 months within the particular culture. It is what suggested literature suggests. It can extend more than that, but minimum 6 months, a field immersion in the particular context is needed. So it might go 40, 50, right? So, but it will not go 5 or 10 or 20. It will, since repeated, and since a multiple cultural group, and you are not going to have only selected interviews. Of course, interview is the part of ethnography, but it can go 40-50, right?
Okay, sir.
Yeah,
Thank you.
okay. Now, there are multiple way of data collection, especially in field research, whether you take ethnography, case study methods, phenomenology, narrative analysis, or any kind of analysis. Multiple ways researchers collect data, and that is how they actually justify the triangulation. And in qualitative research, the triangulation concept is about using multiple ways, multiple methods of data collection, so that they can actually supplement and complement the merits and demerits of one method. And you also know that there is only one sampling method in qualitative research, that is known as purposeful sampling, purposive sampling. This is also known as purposive sampling. And the meaning is simple. You try to purposefully select the respondent, those who actually influence the particular phenomena. You cannot take participant those who are not connected with the phenomena. I will give you my example how I did it. My study was middle managers morale in banking industry. And uh, through literature, I found that there was no research conducted in the banking industry, especially uh, mm, uh, in India. But when I read a lot of literature, I came to know that most of the research conducted on morale uh, exists during the Second World War in European context. So the setting was different, context was different. Okay, then I try to go deeper to find out, is there any study on morale exist in the business context, because banking is the part of business context. Then I found none, or hardly one or two paper, very superficial idea about employees morale, and that actually gave me a lot of scope and space to conduct my research in using qualitative approach. Even in literature, it was mentioned that any further research on morale should be qualitative, because so far most of the research in morale was in military context, in coal mine worker context, nurses context, teachers morale, took quantitative methods, survey method, opinionaire method. And they so based on that, i I got opportunity to conduct my research using qualitative method. I conducted pilot study to know about what exists in the context banking industry, and how the existing knowledge and morale is aligning with the current position. So from existing literature, all those concepts which are relevant to banking industry, I extracted, and all those informations. And you know that in qualitative research, things are context specific. Military is different context, business is different context. So all the things which are related to business context I took, and all the things which are irrelevant I removed. And through pilot study, where I invited experienced people, those who can speak about the morale, those who have fairly substantial experience, and I try to find out what new knowledge emerged. And I merged both two. I developed a questionnaire. And then through literature and through pilot interview, pilot discussion, I came to know that there are top management, since this was morale, and most of the motivation and morale concepts are top-down approach. They are influenced by policy makers, management, related with HR practices, related with promotion, transfer, reward, salary, and mostly they are top-down. So I selected, the CMDs of banks, retired CMDs of the bank, then union. In every bank there are union who was part of bridge between employees and management union. And since this was a study for middle managers, and obviously they were the respondent, and that is how I selected. And why I gave this example, because this is how purposefully you select. You might ask question, why don't you collect data from subordinates or clerks? So as a researcher, based on my pilot study, based on my experience, I realized that this people do not make any role in influencing middle managers' morale. Okay, so that's how any researcher in qualitative, justify their stand, why they took the particular stand, and why they use particular method, and why they selected the particular respondent, purposeful sampling. Okay. Now, if you see the bottom line, reliability confirmation by participant, and this is actually the literature and sources you can see here. And I will ask this question to you, because even in literature, and I have some, my own stand on this, and I would also like to invite you on this stand. Most of the literature in qualitative research, which is written by most of the qualitative research, literature is written by Western scholars, and we many times we blindly follow it without raising any serious question about it, and that is why many times we ask that we don't need to be theoretically submissive, and it simply means that we should not be blindly driven by already available knowledge or already available theory. Anytime if you feel that if something is not aligned to your culture, your context, definitely you can conduct your fresh research and question those available concepts. So one of the idea in qualitative research is always I ask question to myself whether this idea is good or questionable. They say that, and I'm talking about the last line under the phenomenological research in the slide, reliability confirmation by participant. They say that, whenever you collect data, uh, and during the analysis process or during the data collection process, you try to confirm the knowledge by the other participant. For example, if I am one of the respondent, and I have given my response to one of the researcher. So as per this sentence and what is written about this, the researcher should take my idea or idea given by me and confirm by other researcher that XYZ respondent has said so. So do you believe so? And based on his confirmation, he take into account, he or she takes into account that yes, this idea is confirmed by others, so this makes sense, otherwise no. And on this I have some reservation on this. What is your opinion about it? Do you feel that once you collect data, or if do you collect data from the respondent, and if respondent has given you some sensitive information during interaction, and you have written it down, and if you are again approaching the respondent and asking, sir, this is your information, do you agree? Do you think that is it the right approach, or do you also feel that respondent will agree to statements said by him earlier? What's your opinion on this? Just few observation or few comment on this, if anybody can give any intellectual comment on this. Is my question clear?
Sir, especially when the data is sensitive, respondents may not be willing to respond on the same again and again.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Anybody else? I think that direct question, that are you agree with this, will be difficult for a respondent if there is a sensitive issue. So I don't feel it's a good thing to ask, do you agree with this? You told us, you give us this information earlier. So that's my opinion, sir.
Great.
So I totally agree with the other two participants. The main point is if the topic is quite sensitive, and confirming that again, when I'm taking an interview for the first time, maybe in a flow the respondent might respond. But the second time when I'll go to that respondent and start discussing that, the mindset would have changed at that time. I mean.
Great. Very good. Anybody else? Good observation. Yeah, anyone?
The people
Okay.
are very sensitive in the case, and might be they change their view of point after that, and maybe they resist because of availability they cannot be available again and again. Maybe they will be rigid on the again and again query.
Absolutely. Very good. Very good. And it actually happens. Um, um, uh, there are two ways, and I will also give you more and more details about data collection, since this session is not about the method and strategy of data collection, because that is altogether a different ball game. But I will give you some idea about, one sensitive idea about uh, data collection. Any qualitative researcher collect two types of data from the field. First, data collection is based on your questionnaire that you have prepared. Same, and usually in qualitative research, researcher use semi-structured in-depth interview. And why this is said semi-structured? Because even you created a questionnaire of 10, the moment you are going to start question, you may not follow the same structure, because you might ask first question and your respondent might have given answer to next two question, so your next question will be fourth question. So this is how even researcher structure the questionnaire. The structure is decided by the responses. This is one thing. Second is about, uh, in qualitative research, your questionnaire is not a fixed kind of things. It is also liable to prone to change, as and when new and more and more informations are emerging during the data collection. Might be you have collected 10, you have designed a 10 question, but during your data collection you find that particular question is irrelevant, or maybe not respond, you are not getting responses from the people, and there are a lot of new informations are emerging. So you might try to add more questions on the particular issues, and that is how maybe some question you might modify, some question you can delete, some question add, as long as you are getting more and more and new information till saturation of data. So this is how it is known as semi structured. In depth, because on the particular topic you try to go deeper and deeper to know more and more about the opinion of respondent about the subject. Okay, so I will not spend more time on this, because I will continue this theoretical part in the next session, but before that I will open my Atlas TI and give you a lot of exposure to analysis of data about Atlas TI. So far, do you have any question? If you have any question, you can raise. Otherwise, I will give you some background about Atlas TI and the type of data you are going to analyze. And then I will open Atlas TI and I will show you how to find out quotation, how to write memo, how to analyze pictures, right? Because anyway, we are going to organize session on audio and video analysis in the last session. Okay, but in ethnography, since pictures, image plays much bigger role, so I have some data where I have included some image to show you how you can do it. So far, any question? Okay. Now on the screen, you can see there are a lot of research design, and one of the research design out of 5 key research design and many more peripheral design. The 5 key research design is case study method, ethnographic, grounded theory, narrative inquiry, and phenomenology. Ethnography is one of the key inquiry method as per John Creswell. But there are many more methods like thematic network analysis, thematic analysis, qualitative content analysis, sentiment analysis, opinion mining, discourse analysis, conversational analysis. far and less most of the qualitative research follow the same pattern of coding and analysis. But of course, their philosophical approach, the research design make all the differentiating factor. Okay. Okay. I will just open my Atlas TIE, and I will use two documents. Two documents means two interviews of mine, assuming that I have collected this data from for ethnography. Is it okay to you?
Yes, sir.
Great. Now, what I'm doing, I will open Atlas TIE. I will use my original data during my PhD. I have added some pictures to show you the kind of real, simulation about how to go and how to analyze your data uh, about the particular concept in the ethnography approach. So usually in ethnography, what researcher does? Researchers select one topic, just I will, meanwhile, I will. This is how it is done. Researchers select what topic researcher is going to study. Okay. And then ethical issue in qualitative research plays much bigger role. Ethical issues. Can you explain anybody what are the different ethical issues, one or two, in qualitative research, or what are the ethical challenges in qualitative research based on your understanding and knowledge? Anyone? Now let me ask you a question. If you
So there might be biasness on the part of the researcher in qualitative research.
yes, great. Anybody else? Okay. Now, in qualitative research, this is the common question people ask about the researcher. Since researcher is one of the respondent, so researcher can write anything about expressing his or her opinion. But I always and I also suggest you to respond this question like this. In qualitative research, the research finding is not based on only the opinion of researcher. It is based on the pattern emerging from the data. And when I say pattern, what does it mean? Pattern simply mean that what the respondent has said and what researcher has experienced. You just combine both, and within those, what are the different commonalities, what are the different homogeneous information, repeated informations are emerging. That is, those are the themes. So even particular places are in particular situation, a researcher is biased, it will not fit into the pattern, right? So that is why in qualitative research, even the researcher sometimes is biased. It will be, refined in the pattern, because qualitative research, the theme is emerging from the pattern, which is actually very different order. You create a lot of codes. From codes you try to find out homogeneous code, a related code, significant code. You club them, make them code group. When you make code groups, many codes which do not find any pattern, they will be just become the outlier code. From those code groups, if data size is small, those code groups becomes theme. If data size is big, again you try to club those code groups, based on their relations, based on their attributes. Rahul, yes, please go ahead. Somebody raised hand. Rahul, I hope.
Sorry, it was by mistake. Sorry.
Thank you. Now, code groups based on attributes, based on characteristics, you club them, and then make the theme. Okay, and that is how, when you make the theme, how you are going to justify. You are going to justify by two things. One is about the collection of researcher experience, what researcher felt in the form of memo. And second is what are the quotations. Quotations means key information said by the respondent about the phenomena. That is how you are going to justify. And this is how any qualitative research, whether you go with the grounded theory, ethnography, case study method, thematic analysis, you follow. Okay, whether you use machine, whether you do not use machine, this is the structure qualitative research follows. Now with this background, I will open Atlas TI and I will orient you, I will immerse you into Atlas TI and give you information about different terminology used in Atlas TI, like quotation, code, inductive coding, I mentioned deductive coding, memo, and then next processes. Is it fine to you? If you say yes, then immediately I will close this PPT and open Atlas TI.
Yes, sir.
Great. So I will just stop sharing this slides and okay, I will open. I will open share screen. I will share my screen of Atlas TI 9. I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, sir.
Great. Now, all the things that you see on the screen are my projects where I am doing some kind of projects. And during my introduction, Professor Srivastava mentioned about my book about the Springer. The book title is Qualitative Methods and Data Analysis Using Atlas TI, a comprehensive researcher manual. Only book on the subject. The process is on. Springer Nature has already accepted it, and very soon it will, maybe 4 to 5 months, reasonably will come, which has around 350 to 400 screenshots and images.
बीएड उठा लिया मैंने बीएससी बीएड उठा ली फिर उसके साथ साथ में सैटरडे भी सारा ब्लेंडेड
somebody's mic is on.
ठीक है बीएड
Somebody's mic is on.
ਉਹ ਸਾਡੀ ਲੀਡ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਨਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਮੈਂ ਹੀ ਬੋਲਿਆ ਕਿ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਕੀ ਪਾਇਆ ਸੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਐਂਟਰੀ ਹੈ ਜੇ ਪੰਗਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਆਏਗਾ
अपडेट एंट्री मैं तो ये सजेशन दूंगी कि डिलीट मत कर
Somebody's mic is on.
उसी टाइम पे क्योंकि हम लोग अटेंडेंस और मार्क्स अपलोड कर चुके हैं उस टाइम आता है उसमें भी लिखा है कि अपडेट करो डिलीट नहीं करनी अपडेट में आराम से हो रही है मैं भी करके आई
वो चेंज नहीं करना
नहीं अभी नहीं करनी
Please close your mic.
बीए सेमेस्टर 2 से स्टार्ट कर मैं बीएससी कर रही हूँ
तू कर रही है तो बीएससी कर रही है तू
तू कर उसको अपडेट ही कर रही हूँ मैं तेरे को स्कीम का प्रिंट दे जाती हूँ ताकि तेरा जो जो सब्जेक्ट हो तू टिक करती रहे ठीक है मैडम एक मिनट बोलिए दोबारा
Please ask someone to close, mute their mic. Yeah, thank you very much. So, okay, now I will show you how to proceed about it. Do you see here? And somebody, I expect somebody to respond parallelly so that I can assume that yes, you do. You see new project here?
Ji sir, ji sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, when I click on a new project, some this the flag will open. I will just write ATAL FDP, and I will just create, and automatically the system will create the project. It's just like a container, Can you see on the screen new ATAL FDP is created?
Yes, sir.
Great. Now, left hand side, you can see a lot of things about, documents, codes, memo, network, so many things. Now, the next part is what I'm going to do. And I also suggest you what to do. Whenever you have your interviews, always make transcription, always create in one folder. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to import those data from my desktop to Atlas TI. Now, do you see here left hand side add documents?
Yes, sir.
I will just click here. Do you see here add files?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I will just click. I will locate and I will go to desktop. I will go to ATAL FDP. Do you see interview transcript? These are my original interview. Do you see here PDF interview 1 and interview? I'm going to take only 2 interview. So
Yes,
I'm
sir.
going to select one. I will go to select 3 together, and I will click here open. Automatically both documents will come. Do you see left hand side under document 2?
PDF file can transcript. What document cannot be transcript?
Word document, a rich text or word file or even PDF, all things can be transported.
Good, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, one request, Abhinandan this side.
Please go ahead.
Sir, can you show one of those PDFs? Can you open one of those PDFs? Just like to see the format. How have you written? Just for 30 seconds.
Yeah, I'm showing that. Here I will open. Okay. Anyway, I'm going to open in Atlas TI. It will appear. Okay. Okay. Now, can you see the document here too? Now.
Yes, sir.
Now what I'm going to do, every qualitative research has its research objective. What I'm going to do, I'm going to write research objective. Since it was my project and I repeatedly mentioned that it was about middle managers morale. So I will write, do you see here new entities?
Yes, sir.
I will click, I will go to new memo. I will write research objective and I will write create, and I will write here research objective 1 to study middle managers morale. Quickly I am writing, you can modify, to study management practices that influence middle managers morale. I will go to Control S and I will just cut here, and my memo is saved here. Can you see here memo research objective?
Can you please repeat, sir?
Okay, I have to go I will go to new entities. Can you see here?
Yes, sir.
I will just click here. Do you see new memo?
Yes, sir.
I will just click here. I will write research objective, and under that screen will open. There you will write research objective 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You will save and come out, and this is how it will appear here, right?
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Great. Now, why I have written research objective? Because every coding process is driven by research objective, right? And I always ask question about how do you decide code in qualitative research, and people give different answer. I always say in qualitative research, your coding process is driven by your research objective. Every information or each and every information which is meeting directly or addressing to your research objective makes sense to you. Okay. Now I'm going to open the document. As one of the participants mentioned about, can you show the PDF how you have organized? I'm going to open exactly the same PDF that it is available on the folder. Can you see D1 and D2 here? Interview 1, interview 3. Can you see here?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now any documents that you organize on your desktop folder will be organized by Atlas TI by D1, D2, D3, D4. D simply mean that document. Document simply mean that interview data. So it will arrange by D as a prefix. So Can you see it has been organized by D1, D2? Okay, so now I'm going to just double click here. It will be opened. Can you see here? I will just maximize it. I will just hide the participant name because that is not fair on my side too. So the participant who asked about how to write your PDF, it is already there. Any doubt on this?
Sir, this question number 1, question number 2, this employee morale, equality and justice, this came after analysis or before analysis from the very beginning?
These are my interview data. This is not analysis. This is responses. Question I raised.
This is responses.
Yeah.
But this overall theme, question number 1, employee morale, question number 2, equality and justice, are they predetermined?
No.
No, they came later on, na?
No. They do not play that. This is for researcher convenience, right?
Okay.
This is for researcher convenience. They are not theme. What happens, now since you have raised the question, I will give you some idea about it. As a researcher, you know your topic, right? Okay. For example, I mentioned about the middle manager's morale, and I also mentioned about I conducted pilot study. So as a researcher, you will bifurcate different functions in the organization, that which are the different functions which actually influence the middle manager's morale. For example, human resource practices are the one functions which are interconnected, influence middle manager morale. There are administrative practices like leave issues, reimbursement issues. There are top management oral instructions, right? There are policy related practices. There are promotion related practices. So as a researcher, you might feel to bucket them into different. Okay, these are the part of promotion and transfer. These are the part of leave and reimbursement. These are the part of career development. So as a researcher, you try to bucket them for your own understanding and convenience. Finally, exactly, you mentioned about theme. Exactly in the same way, you are going to develop the theme based on what is emerging from the data, based on what are the different pattern emerging from the data. But pre-decided, you do not do anything. You only supposed to write question and answer, right?
Nice explanation, sir. One more, I'll discuss a little bit. One more is, have you asked the same question to everyone?
No, it is not possible. It is not possible.
Okay. It is based on the discussion. How the discussion carried out.
Based on the discussion and based on the role and responsibility. And since you raised very, very valid and very, very good question. For example, if I need to understand middle manager's morale, so I will ask to middle managers this question: what is your morale? So, and if I go to know middle manager's morale from the CMD, so I will ask also about the policy making practices and strategy making, but the same question may not be applied to middle manager's morale, because top management are concerned with the policy making, strategy formulation. So I will also how your policy making and strategy formulation includes middle manager's morale, right? But the same question may not be applied to middle managers. If I go to ask question to union director, who is bridge between top management and middle managers, so I might include some more question about how the board dynamics plays role and how they are concerned about middle managers morale. Okay, so depending on role and responsibility, but of course most of the questions remain same, but based on role and responsibility, certain questions are related to the specific positions and specific management. Those are not common to each and everyone. Does my responses make sense to you?
Yes, sir, of course. I'm actually trying to understand the basics, because If your raw material are not good, you cannot come up with the these are the end of the day. And these are the raw material. These are the raw material.
Wonderful, wonderful. And that is why I always raise question about when people talk about big data, I always have serious question on that. There is big data is only, you know, bombastic word. You need to have authentic data, not big data. Authentic data, and you mentioned about raw data, and because this data is the backbone.
Yes.
If your data is not clear, not authentic, no matter what software you are going to use, nothing will come out.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Right. So that is why, yeah.
Query. So what was the sample size?
Again, I have already addressed this question. There is no concept of sample size. This sample is decided during the data collection, right? And listen carefully. And when repeated informations are coming and no new informations emerge, that time researchers decide to stop data collection. And that time you say that, okay, I have collected 20 or 25 or 30 whatsoever. Pre-decided or before data collection, researcher doesn't decide how many he or she is supposed to collect. It is decided during the data collection.
Sir?
Yeah.
Suppose I want to know the attrition intention of employees, and that is through only from IT professionals. So should I ask the same question to all the IT professionals, like same executive, if they are all are software developer, suppose? So can I ask same question to all the software professionals to whom I am doing research? I just wanted to know actually.
Okay. Since time is limited.
However, it is diverting. I know. Sorry for that.
No. I hope that we have at least 2 days. Nothing to worry about it. But I will give you fair background. Since you raised about this attrition rate, and you know, in every organization there is a data about every employee, those who are leaving the organization.
Yeah, employee retention intention kind of thing. If I want,
I completely understand the concept. You know, every employee writes some kind of formative when they are leaving the organization about why they are leaving, and most of the organization this is more of a formality, just tick here and there, and
yes.
Many times organization have their own data.
Yes.
So if you are going to analyze based on those data tick kind of things, you will get nothing, because any employee who has decided to leave or who is leaving, he is not concerned about giving the real reason why I'm leaving, unless organization has well documented or good process to have kind of conversation with the employee, to capture the information, to, you know, collect more and more engage into engagement, and to know real reason why people are leaving. If you do that, then based on those information you can find out the reason why people are leaving, first of all. Secondly, when you say that, the same questions should I ask to each and every one, depending on what is the role and responsibility of the person and how the person is influencing the attrition process or retention process. Right. For example, if you are going with the general manager, and general manager is the one who is actually making the policy for employee retention, then you will raise more question about policy related and strategy related. But when you go to lower level, the manager, and under the manager a lot of people are leaving, then from manager you will ask a specific question about, you know, what is the promotion process and how you engage into performance appraisal kind of things. How do you what is the level of you know, fairness and transparency in the promotion, what are the career development, what are the reward functions, what is the tangible intangible rewards. So depending on role and responsibility and how those people influencing the process, so same question doesn't apply to each and everybody.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, great. Now since my research project is about to study middle manager and to study management practices, and in this I have included deliberately some of the images to show you because in ethnography any ethnographer, engage into observation where you take a lot of pictures, lot of image, of course, with their prior permission. And that is one of the ethical consideration. You cannot take anything silently without their information, whether you take any kind of methods, ethnography, case study, grounded theory. It has to be mutually agreed. And that is why we always talk about, informed consent. There is a concept called informed consent. If you want to record anything, it has to be known by the respondent and permitted by the respondent. Silently you cannot do, because the moment you are going to do that, you are this is the breach of trust between and that might have serious repercussions on the research. Okay, now question and answer, and in this there are 24 questions. Okay, I'm going to take only few questions to show you the process how to do that. Now the first question is, what is the level of, and of course it includes also a lot of grammatical mistake and spelling mistake, because as a researcher you need to write verbatim. You don't need to correct what people have said, whether they have said grammatically correct, incorrect answer. You have to write the way they have expressed their opinion. Of course, in bracket you can make sense out of it, but you are not supposed to summarize or write the way you want. Okay, this is how it has to be done. So the first question is, what is the level of employees morale in branches on a scale of 100? Where do you rate employees morale? Can you suggest some measures to boost employee morale? It has a lot of question and lot of subjectivity in the question itself. Many people might think that why you have raised 3 questions in 1 question, and why I have done so. And as a qualitative researcher, you should also do that. You always try to make sub question in one main question to give more and more space to respondent, that if respondent is not comfortable with one question, he can find out some alignment with the second question and he can express his opinion. So you are giving more and more and more a broader space, because this is since open-ended question. You try to do that and make the question in such a way that any respondent really understand what you want to raise question. Okay, now I repeat again, my study is about manager's morale, not clerk morale. So many times people might answer about the clerical part. So as a researcher, you have to think that whether this information is relevant to me or not. If not relevant, leave it. So what happens, whether you use machine or not use machine, you read all the each and every information. Wherever you feel that this line makes sense to me, you try to underline, just like reading a book by pen or pencil. And wherever you find interesting information, you underline. When you underline in a language of Atlas TI, it becomes quotation. Quotation simply mean that meaningful information by respondent. What meaningful information? Because it is going to address your research question, research objective. Okay, now when you underline, you try to code those underlined area. Coding means you try to extract some information from the underlined part. Information, not the keywords. It may include keywords, but it is more of an information. This is the coding process. So since this is field-based data, so we are going to use inductive coding. Up to here, it's clear? Theoretically, I hope clear.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, what I'm going to do? Now, I'm going to select few lines. For example, I will read and I will also explain so that you can understand. And of course, this has a lot of scope for you to understand, to interpret, to debate, to discuss. But I'm just giving you the basic idea about how to go about it. Officers and managers are good, but top management is not good. For example, to increase business, branch people may make mistake. The top management view it differently. They try to harass employees. I will not read more, but this 2 lines makes sense to me. What I'm going to do, by using the cursor key, I will just highlight and I will go up to here. Can you see here highlighted part?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, after highlighting, I will go to apply codes. Do you see here? Left hand side on the top,
Yes, sir.
apply code.
Yes, sir.
Do you see the flag on the screen? Yes or no?
Yes, yes, sir.
Huh. Now, what I will write, I will just write top management harass, and you might write the different code by showing that you capture the meaning from the sentence. What I capture from the meaning that my top management harass employees. So I will just click here. I will just write plus sign. The code will come right hand side. Can you see right hand side the code? I will. Can you see the code right hand side?
Yes, sir.
Great. Now I will again by reading I will find many officers. I go bottom. Many officers. I feel that this last line makes sense to me. Many officers do not know about credit procedure. They should try to provide sufficient training to people, and management should also provide support in case of sanctioning the credit. So I, as a researcher, I feel that management doesn't support employees. I will write management unsupportive to managers. Can you see right hand side two codes?
Yes, sir.
This is how coding process is done. And as one gentleman mentioned about the raw data has to be very, very clear. So I also, on the same analogy, I go that the coding process has to be understood by all the respondent and all the researcher, because coding process make the backbone of any research. If coding process you do not understand, rest of the things will never go. Of course, this is the first time, and I always suggest that try to understand the intricacy, nuances, what I do, why I do, and the explanation I provide to you. Okay.
Sir,
Yeah, go ahead.
can we do this coding process on recordings also? Like I have seen that multimedia transcripts here. So because it's my first day for that qualitative analysis, I'm seeing
Yes,
in this
directly you can
workshop.
do so. Directly on audio and video you can do.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I will go to, I will just move down and I will go down and I will go to next question. I will just analyze few questions. Now images. Okay. The question second is about. Okay. The second question is, what is your opinion and feeling about promoting equality and justice by top management? Judge, employee encourage it. Management encourage it. Equality and justice, they do not understand the situation at the branch level. They should understand that they get salary from the profit of the branch, whether scale 1 to 5 people start. I will just go to the main point and I will just okay. Here the last line is, or assuming that I'm going to code this image, because deliberately this is not part of my original data. By looking at the picture, what do you conceptualize? What is coming? What comes to your mind? Is it a good sign?
Bullying employee.
Please go ahead.
Bullying.
Bullying. Maybe. Some more keyword. Can we say?
Groupism or gender biasness, groupism, backbiting, gender bias.
Great. Now I try to write a bigger word. Workplace politics prevail. Does it make sense? Something? So I will just highlight, and you can highlight any segment. For example, If you want to highlight only this portion, only just I will show you. Anything you can highlight. I'm going to highlight each and everything. I will just say right. I will just go to apply code. I will write workplace politics prevails. I will just right click. Do you find right hand side code appears here? Right now?
Yes, sir.
Now, now I will go down. I will go down to find out one more image, and then we'll go to the second. Now, the question number, I will show you the question number 5, late sitting. I raised about the late sitting question, and I'm going to code only this image, and this showing that late sitting prevails. So I'm going to code this image and saying that late sitting prevails. Okay. Do you see right hand side? Now I will show you how many code here. Can you see here left hand side? 4 codes. Can you see here?
Yes, sir.
All 4 codes are emerging. Now I'm going to second document, and quickly I will make some 4 codes, and then I will show you the next process. I will just cut it down. I will open the second document. I will just maximize it. I will go down. Employees morale, what the person is saying. Promotions are, I'm just quickly again, there are no such practices. Promotion are not based on. So there's a lot of negative things. So I will just write subjectivity in promotion. Subjectivity, because the information says that subjective in promotion and transfer. One information. So right hand side it is emerging. Now I will go to images, and I will try to show you now here. Now if I say this is a kind of workplace politics, I will just apply code. Bullying, somebody mentioned about bullying at work. I will just write, and similar information later on you can merge, because if somebody write workplace politics, somebody write bullying, and there are 2 different codes, as a researcher you have to decide what makes difference to you. If you think that both are same, you can merge both the code, and maybe you can merge bullying into the workplace politics. Okay, now I will take another picture. Whistleblower policy. So late sitting, I will again click here. I will say late sitting. I will say that late sitting at work. Now since quickly I will show you how many codes you see on the left hand side. How many codes can you see? 7.
7.
Now now I will show you code here. I will show you code here. All these codes emerging here, 7. Do you see here? Okay. Now you tell me what was my research objective. My research objective was to study middle managers' morale and how top management influence it. Now I will make 2 groups, new group here, management practices. And I will, because management practices is actually influencing middle managers' morale. So we are going to find out whether management practices are positive or negative. Now you tell me which two quotes are similar. Late sitting at work, late sitting prevails. Similar? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
I will merge them. Late sitting, I will just drag and drop here. I will say that this is associated with. Okay. Now, do you see anything? Workplace prevails and bullying at work. I will take bullying at work is the part of workplace practices. I will say that is it associated with. Now, management unsupportive and management harass employees. Is it similar or different? Similar. Yes, I will just merge associated with. Okay. Now, subjectivity in promotion and transfer. This is one. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to club everything in management practices. Okay. And all these practices that you see on the screen, they are positive or negative in nature. Negative in nature. So, and nothing out of the discussion. Let me go and go to the first document and write about the morale is low, because here something is also written about the morale is low. Just wait. Why I am writing? Because just to show that something is emerging from the morale. When they harass employees, I will also write low morale. So I will write one group here. Low morale. So what I'm going to do, bullying at work. Okay, I'm going to transfer everything in the management practices, because everything is related to management practices. Workplace position politics prevail, related to management practices. Top management harass, subjectivity in promotion and transfer by top management, management unsupportive, right? Late sitting prevails by management, bullying at work. Okay. Now I am going to show you how it appears in network form. Okay. Now, do you see management practices? How many concepts are there in management practices? Numbers? 7. Now I can generate report. What is emerging? Do you see here report? Yes, do you see here on the? Okay, I will just click. I will just click report, and I will show you on the screen. Everything is related to. Can you see here on the screen? Code report. Late sitting at work. Do you see?
Yes, sir.
Now see, everything that you have supported will come here. I will just go down. Do you see here? Everything that you have highlighted will come here. Wait. I have selected only one. I will go. Report. Do you see here? All the report that will come. Do you see here? All the report? Can you see?
Yes.
All the report that you have highlighted will come. Now, if you want to generate a network report, if you want to create network, I will just create right. You might see here open network. open network, I will just do you see on the screen open network?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me view. Do you see here numbers G1, D0? Do you see here?
Yes, sir.
For
Yes, sir.
example, if G means quotation, if I right click, if I find the quotation, the image will come. Do you see here image that you have highlighted?
Yes, sir. Which we have coded.
That we have coded. Now, if I click here and if I say quotation and if I say preview, do you see here all the images that you have highlighted will emerge? Can you see here?
Yes.
How it appears? Okay. So this is how you can see how they are connected. Now from here, from the small data, if somebody is asking and if somebody wants to interpret whether middle manager's morale is influenced by top management, you can say that yes, middle manager's morale is low and it is influenced by top management practices because there are a lot of concepts. There are late sitting, there are workplace politics prevails, top management harass. And if somebody wants to say what are the evidences, this image and what you have captured, I will also show you what people have said. For example, see here what you have highlighted, everything is also coming. Does it make sense? Does it make sense or not? Tell me. By right click and by showing does it make sense? Is it informative or not?
Hello, sir.
Yes,
I
sir.
have a
Please go ahead.
question.
Yeah.
Sir, as we are the only one who make this code, so does it make sense to show it in the analysis like these are the codes, or it is just for our understanding that we coded it right or not?
Okay. I
I am not
understand
getting
your
the purpose behind this because we are the only one who made this codes, and now we are the only one who checking it. So it is only for our understanding purpose, or it is actually like we want to show it in the analysis.
Okay. Now when you write a code, along with the code you also have the transcription and the people responses. So even if you code wrongly, or if you want to code anything that you have in your mind, people will ask what respondent has said. This is the responses, right? And so anybody can see in the network that he has said something else and you have coded something else. This coding is driven by the selected responses. This is not your opinion. This is not your blank opinion. This opinion is emerging from the responses, selected responses. From that, you have coded, and from those coding, you have tried to find out which code or which concepts are significant. Significant in a sense, repeated in nature, homogeneous in nature, related in nature. And that is how you try to either merge or group them and then make a theme and show them analysis. For example, here code is made by you, but this information said by the respondent. For example, on the screen that you say I have highlighted, it is said by the respondent. You do not have any role in the responses. Now all these images, you have collected data. This is not you. You have only segregated. So you as a researcher, you have to extract the meaningful information. What are the meaningful information? One is about the responses, other is about the image or observation or the information that you have captured during the interaction. Okay. And that is how, whether you use machine or qualitative research without machine, this is the process. This is how it is done. So your hesitation is, I can write any code. You cannot write any code, because your code is driven by the selected responses. People will read the responses. Textual responses, people will read and say that responses say something else, but you have given the different code. There is no matching with the code and responses. So code and responses has to be aligned. You cannot write any code. And that is why initially I said that your theme or your findings is based on the pattern emerging from the data. This is how it is done. If it addresses your query, it's fine. Otherwise, if you have any question, you can go ahead.
Yes, sir. As you said, it makes sense. But again, the question is that if it is improving the credibility of my work in my among my team, that is fine. But if I have 100 of codes, then this will create a very clumsy picture. And do we need to show it in our research paper like this, or we will going to extract it the final outcome of which you just said, the thematic analysis, the theme which we're going to create out of these relationships of these codes. We will going to write this, or we need to carry both these things, like this code along with the comments, like along with the caption which we created, like extracted from the document, or we just need to show the thematic analysis.
Okay, great.
I don't know I am asking it in the right way or not.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. In research paper, the process that I have explained to you, you have to write the process exactly the way I have explained you. You need to write the process about how you did the quotation, how you did coding, inductive coding. You have to show the network. You have to show the report generated by the Atlas TI to show the credibility. Now, your next question was about the team. Teamwork has a different concept altogether. When any project you are conducting in the team, it has different intercoder reliability concept. There is a different concept altogether. This project is individual project, not the team project. Okay. In team project, you need to every time try to find out what is the reliability between the multiple coders. That works. But when you are going to work on individual concept, exactly the way I have explained you have to write, you have to show them the screenshot, you have to show them network, you have to show the textual report, you have to show them the Excel report. This is how it is to be done.
Okay, sir, got it. Thank you so much.
Got it. And first of all, within 1.5 hours, it's very, very difficult to grasp each and everything and to understand each and everything. I have just shown you 1% about the coding analysis, how it is to be done. For that, you need to understand more, need to read more and more understanding about how it is to be done. Okay.
No, sir, till now it is very much clear. You explained it in a very beautiful way.
Great,
now I am able to do it till now. Whatever you did, I am able to do this much.
Great, great. Great. Any questions so far? Okay, so this is how you can generate report. Okay, and network. Okay. And there are many more things to discuss on this, but I have just shown you the coding part, how many codes are connected, okay, and how they appear, how to make code groups. So here, obviously, our research project was about how, middle managers' morale is influenced, and from this network, anybody can analyze. As a researcher, you can explain that all these practices are emerging from the data. There is a late setting practices, there are workplace politics at the workplace, there are unsupportive management, and because of these practices are negative in nature, middle managers' morale is low. This is based on the network. And what report is emerging? You can show these reports, what is emerging from the data, because this data is emerging during the analysis. Okay, everything is coming together. Okay. And in between, you can write your comment will also come here. Okay. So exactly the gentleman raised the question about in research paper, how to do about it. All these things that I have seen, that you have to show the screenshot, you have to show the network, you have to also explain the coding process, whether you have done inductive coding, you have done deductive coding, and how you have merged the data, why you have merged. You have to justify everything, and then accordingly you have to show the textual report, some network report. Okay, and this is how it is to be done. If the data is big, there are multiple more layer to again club these code groups by making smart code, smart groups. And there are many graphical form, if you want to present this data in the graphical form, you can do so. So that is why I said that I have shown you only 1 or 2% of things. If it is understood, fine. Then otherwise I will try to explain the best of my knowledge to get you understood about the concept. So in a summary, ethnography researcher collect data through multiple ways: through interaction, through observation, through experience, through interview, image, photographs, diagrams, all with the permission. Okay. Usually a researcher spend larger time with the cultural group, usually minimum 6 months and maximum it can go. And there are two perspectives to it. One is emic perspective, other is ethic perspective. Emic means insider perspective, right? Ethic means outsider perspective. As a researcher always need to become outsider, right? Because the moment researcher become insider, researcher will justify each and everything, and that will defeat the purpose of research, right? So always in ethnography, researcher need to understand what is emerging, what experience. Of course he shares his experience and observation, different things, but sometimes the drawback of ethnography is many times the researcher himself or herself immerse so much into the culture of the particular concept that he tries to justify each and everything, which actually defeats the purpose of understanding what and why of the concepts. So these are the basic idea about ethnography. And I hope that during this 1 hour 45 minutes, I have given you a little bit background of ethnography, and also about data collection, little bit idea, and how to analyze data, and little bit about Atlas TI orientation. Okay. And I was supposed to stop at 11:30, and if Professor Srivastava sir is there, then he can intervene me and he can suggest me what to do. Okay. Meanwhile, if you have any question, you are most welcome to raise question. But of course, one thing is very clear, that if some of you or many of you think that 1.5 hour you can understand each and everything about Atlas TI.
No, you can give a break, sir, for 5 minutes.
Okay. Okay.
Then you can start
Okay,
the
fine.
next subject. I know it is a very complex subject, but still, some basics that people start doing, then they can, by practice, they can also
Absolutely.
upgrade their
Great.
knowledge.
Great.
So
Great. So fine, sir. So we can
sir,
take
to take over.
Great. So now it's 11:45. We can meet at 11:50. Suggest me, sir. I'm waiting for your response. Respondent.
If the audience says so, otherwise we can continue.
Yeah. Please suggest.
It is not moderation for you. Can you take a couple of questions during that 5 minutes?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Question one is, I was seeing that this, if you can open up your PDF number 1, please, sir. Question number 2.
Wait. Let me broaden it so that.
Sure, sir. You take your time, not an issue. Question number 2, sir.
Wait. I'm going there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Equality and justice. So, sir, first of all, was though these are exit interview or they are ongoing employees?
What was so
Are these exit interviews or they are ongoing employees?
now I have to engage into debate with you.
No, no. What I'm trying to understand is not debate, sir. What I'm trying to understand is this second question seems to be a very sensitive issue. You are criticizing the justice and the equality of your organization. Now, how do you ensure that this is unbiased? Mane, ongoing employee, it is very difficult that they come up with this kind of feedback because they know they have to join the office next day. And Dr. Ajay Gupta is an external person who will collect data and go. So that is what I'm trying to understand. If you can devote some time, otherwise we can talk about it later on.
No, I will explain. What's your good name, please?
Abhinandan Chakravarti.
Great. Now listen carefully. How much do you have idea about the qualitative research? Just say me yes or no. How much you have idea about qualitative research?
Not very much.
Great. Because accordingly I will explain. Right?
No, sir, that is what. No, sir.
Yeah. Okay, I will come to you. You know, the ultimate objective of any research, whether it is a qualitative and quantitative, is to help people. And in qualitative research, nowhere, this is the ethical issues and it is ethical guidelines between researcher and respondent, that researcher will never ever disclose either the name of the respondent or the name of the organization. Researcher is only concerned about the information emerging from the concept. This is the real data of my research. My PhD thesis is available online, where I have written, I collected data from 2 banks name known to me, but reading my PhD thesis, nobody can identify which bank, which respondent. I have written bank A, bank B. Now I have explained bank A, large size public sector bank, bank B, small size public sector bank. So your concern is about next day the person has to come, if anybody comes to know that he has given the particular responses, so it is very difficult for him to survive in the system. So as a researcher, my job is not to harass, because to help. So as a researcher, anybody on the world itself in any discipline is not going to disclose the name of respondent. Only as a researcher, you, me, or anybody is concerned about what information is emerging. And once you find out these informations are emerging, as a researcher, you have to provide to management, because this is the mirror of your organization, not about who said, but what has been said, what is emerging. So by reading at the management, so researcher is going to submit report to management. So management will also not come to know, because who has said what. Management will only say that, oh, this is the mirror of this my organization. These are the informations emerging, and accordingly he will change the policy, he will change the practices or promotion practices. And that is why these are the vital issues from the researcher point of view, that what information in what capacity, where to inform, so that in no way any respondent or people of the organization, including management, is get suffered or harmed or by harassed by any means. This is the ethical and mutual trust between, written down, not only about what I feel or what somebody else, it is written. Ethical letter is first of all given by the institute where the person does research. It is given to the respondent or the management, that this is my boundary delimitation. I'm only concerned about the information. No information will go into the public. It will be only between you and me. And when my research is complete, this is my ethical responsibility to provide each and every respondent the summary of research, not about who said, but what is emerging from the entire research, including to management. This is how the ethical mutual trust happens between researcher and respondent. Now, for your first question was ongoing or exit, and that is why initially I said that when I interviews, I also interviewed working CMD and retired CMD, because the perspective will differ. The person who is working will give all generic information. All generic information, if you put in the public, it will appear all goody things. But if you ask the same question to middle managers, they will give that very toxic picture, right? So that is why this is the kind of triangulation method, because you collect data from the different sources so that one thing can be supplemented and mitigated by other group of people. And that is why not only one method we use multiple methods: focused group discussion, in-depth interview, observation, field note. So even because it can actually overcome the demerits of one method. And this is how triangulation and validity and reliability and qualitative research in qualitative research is addressed. I hope I could give you some idea about your
absolutely, sir. And you can understand my contention. Unfortunately, I have least bothered about your expertise in Atlas PI. I am more bothered about how the raw material you have collected, the robust method you have followed. Because once this is done, I think 90% is done. Atlas PI, my students can run better than me. They are more efficient in this graphical interface softwares.
Great.
One more time, sir. One last question, then I will bother you, sir. I saw one photograph of that coffee mug, and it seems that it is a downloaded photograph.
Absolutely downloaded. So,
sir, what was the basis of selection of that photo?
Okay.
If you can just
okay. I have already addressed this question, but I will again repeat this thing. Since this data that I have collected is not for ethnography, this data is for phenomenology that I did in my research.
Okay.
And in ethnography, pictures are essential component, vital component. So just show the orientation that to all the respondents that if they want to work on ethnographic report, they should actually how to analyze their pictures and image, just to give them more and more information. These data, these pictures, downloaded pictures, of course they are downloaded pictures, they are not part of my original data, but just to orient and give you more and more exposure, I have downloaded and included here, so that in between, if they want to analyze any image, any pictures, any diagram, how should they go about it? Just to educate.
Okay, understood, sir. Okay, understood, sir. So that means in a real-time scenario, if I visit an organization and if I find something, what they are discussing is something like that is there. Suppose I visit the bank, 8 o'clock, few people are sitting ideally. So without exposing their faces, if I can take a photograph, I can include.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Absolutely. But at the same time,
yes, sir.
There are ethical issues, because any pictures, if you feel that without their knowledge you can take, it has to be mutually agreed.
Okay.
So might be in your ethical letter, you can say that I will be also using my own observation, which requires me to take some of the pictures where I promise that I will not take any sensitive pictures and any sensitive image which can actually harm the organization or the branches or any identifying information. But at the same time, after taking the picture, I will also show you and take your confirmation, and then I will use. You have to actually take the consent, and then you can go about it. Then no problem. This is how it is to be done. But at the same time, I will show you many times what people do. And I know many situations. One of my colleague, he wanted to study the culture integration in Fortis hospitals in Mumbai. And he just called one CEO of the Fortis hospital, and he went there, and but he didn't carry any kind of ethical letter or anything, consent that what I'm going to do. And when the CEO was discussing about the concept, he silently took out recorder, and he started recording his voice. Right. And all of a sudden he noticed that, right? And then the next of the things you can imagine, he actually warned him, bola ki, no, next onward, next time onwards, you don't need to, you just get out from here. Okay, so these are the things happens actually. Okay,
It
many
was
people,
exactly unethical, sir.
exactly. So that is why I raise question how much you have exposure about qualitative research, because it is just like a ocean. The more and more you read, more and more you will come to know that what actually problems exist in the real scenario. And most of the things,
Dr.
most
Gupta,
of the things.
can we start the next topic?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Because you'll be there, we'll be delayed for the next topic.
Absolutely fine. So all participants, thank you very much for this first session of ethnography and uses of Atlas TI. I hope that I could give you some idea about ethnography and Atlas TI. So I will move to, first of all, I will close this Atlas TI, and the same modus operandi I will apply. I will give you the theoretical background about the content. I hope it's content analysis. Okay. And in the content analysis, I will give you the idea, the theoretical background about the content analysis. And then definitely I will open the Atlas TI new project, and I will show you some exposure about how to go about it. Maybe that could be the extension of this coding part. Even beyond that, much richer in a much different way. Okay, so let me stop sharing this, and I will open my PPT. Okay, let me, PPT visible? No, wait.
Not yet, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, now it is visible.
Visible. I will go to content analysis part, and content analysis. Now, in content analysis, as I discuss about ethnography, I will also discuss about in content analysis, and the name itself appears. You are going to analyze the content. Okay. And when I see the content analysis, this content could be two types. One is numerical content or only content, and other is content in the context. Okay. And that is why, content analysis has quantitative and qualitative both routes. The quantitative researcher use quantitative content analysis, qualitative researcher use qualitative content analysis. When quantitative researcher use content analysis, they use only the particular content into consideration and uses all statistical tool like frequencies, percentage, significant values, all statistical method to justify the number of occurrences of the particular content. For example, since many of you have raised question related to the management, so I will give example from management. If you want to find out any motivation related word in the data, maybe the secondary data or maybe the primary data, then perhaps you are more concerned about how many times or which content actually emerging from the entire data, right? Or maybe you have collected through literature, secondary source of information, maybe 50 papers of motivation, and you try to find out the pattern of motivation over different phases. Maybe 1950, 1954, when first need hierarchy theory, emerged. Maybe 1950 to 1960 or maybe 2000, if you have collected all good papers on motivation, and if you want to carry out content analysis, and as a researcher, if your objective is to find out all the synonyms or all related word with the motivation, you can find out over a period of time that how they have emerged, how they have, changed their meaning. And if you are going to justify everything by using statistical method, that will become the quantitative content analysis. Coming back to qualitative content analysis, you have to follow the similar process, but only thing, rather than using the particular word or particular content or particular context, particular concept, you need to understand the meaning of the content within the context, right? That means you are going to find out the meaning in totality, in holistic way, that how this word has been used and in which context. That means, in simple word, qualitative content analysis is content within context. Because when you put the context, and you know that the nature of qualitative research is, it's a context is specific. Anything that you are going to justify, if you are removing context, then perhaps it loses its charm, its nature itself, its characteristics. Because qualitative research is always context driven, context is specific, unlike quantitative research, which is nowhere related with the context. Okay, so in content analysis, these are the basics. Now I will move further, and in Atlas TI there are different ways to use even the quantitative content analysis and qualitative content analysis. Now, okay. Now there are of course there are different ways to analyze your content data, and just I mentioned about, if your content analysis is driven by the existing knowledge, existing theory, existing concept, then obviously you are going to use deductive approach driven by the existing knowledge. At the same time, if your research is driven by discovering process, exploring process, understanding the concept which is either less understood or not understood, obviously you are going to use inductive approach, inductive coding. Just I did it, right? So as per literature, these are the three types of content analysis available. The first is conventional content analysis. This is showing, just wait. Okay, let me F5. Okay, so conventional content analysis study start with the observation, and codes and keywords are defined during data analysis. Codes are derived from the data. Coding type is inductive. Okay, and directed content analysis, where already it is driven by theory, so automatically without any question this will follow the deductive approach, because all the variables are already there. You are going to find out those concept or those knowledge from the data, and obviously you are going to find out the deductive approach. Okay, and there is summative content analysis, where you are looking for the particular keywords, and obviously we are looking for the particular keyword, obviously you are going with the deductive approach. So inductive when you are going for the discovering process, deductive when you are driven by the theory or knowledge or available literature. Okay, now this is just one example. In Atlas TI, just wait. In Atlas TI, this is the project of Atlas TI. Do you see here this project? And I will also open this project, since this is a screenshot. This project is about workplace politics. I raised some question that you left hand side, you can say that RQ2, RQ3, RQ4. These are research question, I raised 8 research question, and there are 22 respondent. Okay, and I wanted to know on the different question the degree of office politics. Okay, and in Atlas TI there is a concept of the kind of word will be organized with the number of frequencies, and right hand side you can also see the count and the percentage, and based on that you can these are just helping tool to find out which word has been occurred how many times. Okay, and based on that you start with the coding process, inductive coding, and then after the coding you follow the same process about finding out homogeneous code, related code, heterogeneous code. Okay, and then based on that what analysis you are going to use, whether you are going to use thematic analysis, content analysis, thematic network analysis, you are going to analyze the theme. Okay, and these are actually the research map how this content analysis has been done. Content analysis wait, you can see for some time, and then I can explain this. You can if you have anything to raise question, just for a few seconds I will keep here and I will explain how it is to be done. Use the left hand side, you can see inductive approach, and right hand side deductive approach. So depending on what is your research objective, researcher decide any approach, either the deductive, inductive, and then based on that they select the unit of analysis, making sense of the data, organizing phase, and then you report, you create model, concept, right? So when you are going to take deductive approach, definitely it is more driven by hypothesis because variables are already known. Okay, but when you are going to use inductive approach, where variables are not known, variables will emerge during the data analysis. Okay, and you are going to categorize those variables into different code groups, just like mentioned, categorization, code group, coding sheet, and then you are going to interpret all your data. So this is actually the copyrighted material from the book that is under publication. So for your understanding, I have just shown you the conceptual map of content analysis. Okay, any question you want to raise on this content analysis map? Okay, I will move further. And okay, now this is very important about content analysis, ethnography, or anything. This is also part of my book. And some of you also raised question, not exactly the same question, but related question. Even if you did not raise, or if you want to raise the question, this framework actually clear many doubts. Because many times people ask question about, sir, how many codes we are supposed to make? People ask how many quotations we are supposed to make, how many memo we are supposed to make, how many code groups we are supposed to make, and how many themes we are supposed to make. Of course, these ideas have been properly addressed, and I have addressed this question. Yeah, please go ahead. Anyone? Samarjeet, please put off your
ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸੈਕਿੰਡ ਵਾਲਾ ਨਾ 340 ਦਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪੁਰਾਣੇ ਟਾਈਮਿੰਗ ਤੇ ਚਲਾ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ 330 ਆਨਵਰਡ ਦਾ ਮੰਡੇ ਤੋਂ ਸਟਾਰਟ ਹੈ ਵੈਸੇ ਉਹ ਟਾਈਮਸ ਵੀ ਚੇਂਜ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਨੇ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ 340 ਤੱਕ ਜੁਆਇਨ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ
Can somebody ask her to
ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਵਾਲਾ 330 ਤੇ ਖਤਮ ਹੋ ਜਾਏਗਾ ਹਾਂ ਨੈਕਸਟ ਤੁਸੀਂ 340 ਤੱਕ ਜੁਆਇਨ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਮਤਲਬ ਹੈ ਨਹੀਂ ਅੱਜ ਹੈ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਿਲੈਕਸੇਸ਼ਨ ਕਿ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੀ ਅੱਜ ਮੰਡੇ ਤੋਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਅੱਜ ਹੈ ਮੰਡੇ ਤੋਂ ਤੇ ਕਲਾਸਿਸ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਜਾਣਾ ਫਿਰ ਸਿੱਧਾ ਹੀ ਚੱਕੇ ਮੰਡੇ ਤੋਂ 340 ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਊਗੀ ਮੰਡੇ ਤੋਂ 330 ਹੀ ਜਾਣਾ ਪਏਗਾ ਅੱਜ 340 ਤੱਕ ਰਿਲੈਕਸੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈਗੀ ਅੱਛਾ ਅੱਜ ਤੁਸੀਂ 10 ਮਿੰਟ ਹੈਗੇ ਬਫਰ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਬੱਚੇ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਹੋ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ
Can somebody ask her to mute?
Please mute.
Thank you. So these questions have been properly addressed in my book, but I will explain here again. I have just given the example, imagining that you have only 2 research objective. Left hand side you can see. So under each research objective, assuming that there are 5 questions each under, so you are going to have 10 respondent, right? And 5 questions under 2 research objective, that means 10 questions you are going to have. And again, this is disturbing. Okay. So 2 research objective, under each research objective, there are 5 questions. So under 2 research objectives, there are 10 questions. Okay. Assuming that there are 10 respondent. So if there are 10 respondent and there are 10 questions, then definitely you are going to get 100 responses total. Now, under 100 responses, I always ask question about, do you feel that each and every responses make sense to you? Then people say that no. Always, all the relevant segment makes sense to you. So that is known as quotation. And in the previous session, I showed how only 2 line makes sense to me, and I have highlighted. So assuming that out of 100 responses, only there are 50 information or 50 sentences make sense to me. So as a researcher, I am going to code, as any researcher is going to code only the relevant segment, relevant information. How you decide relevant information? Because they are directly or indirectly addressing your research objective or research question. Okay. Now, imagining that each and every relevant information you are going to give 2 quotes. Of course, this is not a rule. In 2 line information, you might have 10 information. So you might create 10 quotes. You might create 1 quote. You might create 3 quotes. You might create 4 quotes, depending on how much information is there in the particular segment. But I just assume that in particular segment, there are 2 most information, and rich informations are emerging. So as a researcher, I'm going to make 100 quotes. Now, as I mentioned about the field notes, when you collect data from the field, definitely there are moments that you have captured in your mind that respondent has not shared, but you captured, or before the data collection or after the data collection, your respondent has shared you many more information, assuming that this is only between you and me and you will not disclose. But as a researcher, and I again raise this question, ethical question that gentleman raised about the ethical guidelines that he has to work in the organization. And again, I raise question to you that if your respondent, your interview is closed, after that, if he feels that everything is closed, now you are not recording anything, and he has given you many more important information. So my question is, as a researcher, whether you need to document all those informations shared during interaction or not? Question to you. If somebody can respond, it will be much appreciated.
So I think the further responses should be included.
Great. Some more information by somebody else. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So because if some new factors are coming into a qualitative research, they should be included. There might be that some factors were not discovered. So if respondents are giving some new information about this, then there might be new factors which would come up and it would add to the model being proposed, or
great.
The
some more information by somebody else, because this question is not very simple. This question might attract a lot of debate. many people might raise serious question about ethical challenges. So if you can give me some more information, that will be much appreciated. Anyone? I will repeat the question, whether information shared in personal space between respondent and researcher should be documented, included during the data analysis or not. Because somebody mentioned about the raw data has to be very, very authentic. And I'm talking about authenticity and credibility of the data.
I feel it should be.
Okay. Okay. Okay, great. So my understanding of this question is you must. It should be included, because as a researcher, what is your job? Your job is to discover the information. Your job is to understand the phenomena in the holistic way, not only about the said part, but more about unsaid part, captured part, observed part, experienced part. Many times qualitative researchers rely more on said information, that is audio data, video data, that they can replay, understand, but many times they forget rest of the things. And I always suggest my researchers and people and participants that always rely and capture more information which is beyond the interview process, maybe before the interview process, after the interview process, wherein the interview is closed, during you are sitting in the waiting room, waiting for your respondent to call and start interview. After the interview, what he has said about the information, what he actually skipped during the interview. Always try to keep attentive, keep in mind, capture everything. When your interview is closed, go outside, write down each and everything in the diary, field note process. This is known as. And from there, when you are going to analyze your data, an analysis part, each and everything that you have written down on the piece of paper and diary, the field note, you are going to write down memo. That means what is researcher field experience. Okay, fine. Does it make sense to you? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Great, great. So I have written quotes and memo and 20 surprising moments. Surprising moments simply mean that what I have written, this is my own words, that when you are going to engage into in-depth discussion interview with any of your respondent, many times he might appear very, very either angry or happy or very, very surprising. It could be positive, it could be negative. Many times he can be blank, depending on the issues that you are raising. Maybe if it is a very, very sensitive issues, for example, if you can raise question about whistleblower policy, very sensitive issues. So many people try to skip the question. So you, as a researcher, you need to capture those moments, that when he was, was in the very, very exciting moment, or he was in the depressing moment. Try to make some marks on your piece of paper. When your interview is closed, try to go deeper and try to find out and try to raise those points where he was somewhere disturbed or very happy, very excited, and try to understand more. Psychologically, a respondent will feel that your interview is closed, you have stopped recording the interview, but you are capturing each and everything. So he will be more open to share more and more and more and more information. And that time, always capture. Do not write anything, because the moment you are going to write, he will stop sharing the information. But you try to engage into discussion as long as he's sharing. Finally, when you leave the place, go out, take out your diary, turn the pages, and always write each and everything that he has said before the interview was started and after the interview, right? And once you can do it, I can bet you, and if you write the process, whether it is in research paper or dissertation, this is the process of writing as well, then nobody can question the way you have collected the data and authenticity of the data, credibility of the data. Because in qualitative research, people will simply ask, even whenever I am invited for any presentation for PhD or any presentation, I simply ask question, just tell me about the process of data collection. Simply, I ask basic question. And if researchers talk about the correct process or almost, then I feel very happy that, of course, the process of data collection is very, very authentic and credible one. It's not about how many, how much, okay? And of course, in the process, you face a lot of difficulty, just like some of you mentioned about the attrition and retention. And I say that no matter how big is the data, but how authentic the data is, okay? So, sorry. So assuming that there are 20 surprising moments, you are going to write your experience 20 in a 20 memo, okay? And from 20 memo, you are going to, because many memo will be similar, connected, related. So you are going to group them together, make them 5 memo, just like I showed you the code grouping. And then from 100 codes, you might find a lot of related homogeneous code. And in the process, there might be a lot of codes which are heterogeneous, which do not find pattern. They will be just will be outlier codes. Unless you are using grounded theory, you don't need to worry about outlier codes. But when you are using grounded theory, those outlier codes make a lot of sense, because from those codes, you are going to design new questionnaire, going to create more and more responses, and as long as the new information is emerging, you start the process, okay? And then 10 code groups, again, you are going to club them. If the data is very big, then again, clubbing the code groups using different kind of operators in Atlas TI, you are going to make 4 to 5 themes. And when you make the themes, people will simply ask question, how do you say so? That means how do you justify that what you have arrived is right or not? And some of the gentlemen raised the question before that code is written by you. Then code is of course written by you, but this is just evidences are quotations. Quotations means what respondent have said, okay? Because once you write the theme, you are going to support by what people have said, cluster of quotation, and then your own memo in the writing that how what people have said and what you have observed is similarity or differences. Just like one gentleman asked about, if you are asking the question to a general manager or CMD, he will give all goody answer, right? But as a researcher, when you say that on the particular concept, even the CEO was very, very positive that employee morale is very high, but employee, you are giving all the different pictures. So as a researcher, what is emerging. So then you have to also show the pictures of all the sites, so that readers can read and visualize the picture. Researcher is not the judge. Researcher is only the person who collect data. Of course, he also put forward his or her point, and to give the mirror to the people, to reader, to management, to decide what to do. Researcher is not the judge to decide what is wrong, what is right. So thinking about right and wrong and giving its opinion is prohibited. You only show the picture. This is the reality from this side. This is the reality from that side. This is the reality from this. Reader has to decide and to show the picture in such a way that any reader or any audience or any management can clearly see where is the problem, what happens, and how. Of course, you have to also justify the suggestions to policymaker, to management, that if you do this, this can be addressed in this and that way. Okay, so this is the framework of any research, whether it is ethnography, content analysis, grounded theory, or anything. Any questions so far by anybody? It will be much better if you raise some question, because I have given you a lot of deeper insight about and I I've also used many more some jargons or keywords. So if you can ask question, then definitely I will try to address it.
Hello.
Please go ahead.
Hello. Yeah. So right now we were discussing about a point that when, we need to scan once we have stopped the recording and we are collecting data, and, the respondent might, uh, like speak certain statements which might extract more factors, and, so sometimes if, like, supposing I wrote a paper and I'm presenting it in a conference, do I need to mention that, okay, when I was recording, these were not the statements which were said, but once the recording was stopped, like, these were certain statements which I scanned and, I wrote. Don't you think, like, if the judges would think that that is unethical, or, I cannot present something, although we should add, if we have collected some statements and we have got something, we should add them in our research. But what is the ethical point of view if the judges ask that?
It is completely accepted. It is ethical because by reporting those information, you are not harming anybody, but actually you are helping the organization by revealing the reality. What researcher does? Researcher role is to revealing the reality, revealing the truth, and truth will not emerge only by the statement from one side. You have to find out all the possible information. That is why we talk about holistic information. Okay, as long as, and you know that I have already explained in ethical consideration that researcher is concerned about information, right? Not about who said it, but what has been said. Okay, and this comes under the ethical guidelines. So this is not breach of ethical rules, and you have every right to write in your conference or in your research paper during our informal interaction. These informations were emerged which were absent during our formal interview and interaction, and it will be much appreciated by the people. Okay.
Okay, so thank you so much.
Thank you. Anybody else? Anyone? Okay. Okay. So up to here, I think I have already theoretical part, content analysis has been done. Now I will show you the Atlas TI, how it is to be analyzed using content analysis. Okay. So if any question, otherwise I will stop sharing the screen and I will open Atlas TI and I will go with the content analysis.
Sir, can you explain the content, while Atlas TI,
No,
showing the live demo, if you can show, because third lecture is on video, no?
Absolutely. So I'm going to,
yeah.
So I'm going to open Atlas TI.
How to do the content analysis actual, that will be great if it is possible.
So I'm going to do that. Okay. Now I'm going to open my Atlas TI and I will show you the content analysis process, how it is to be done, and how it is different from ethnography. Okay, and how I will show you the two different pictures about quantitative content analysis and qualitative content analysis. Let me open. Let me share the screen. Can you see my screen? My screen visible to you?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Great, great. Now I will open rather than this one. Now, if you want to, I will show you 2-3 projects here. Let me How many interviews do you see here on the screen? Left hand side, do you see two in the bracket documents?
Yes, sir.
Now imagining that this same project you are going to use as a content analysis. That means if your research objective is to find out within these two interview what content is emerging, right? If you are using qualitative content analysis, so for time being I will leave the quantitative content analysis. So if you are interested to find out which word or which content simply means word, which content is emerging strongly and what context, then what is the way out? Okay. On document, I will just right click. There are multiple methods. First of all, there are one way is to I will just right click. Do you see on the screen some flag? Do you see some flag on the screen?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Great. So do you see here word cloud and word list? Two things are there. Some of you can respond to me. Word cloud and word list.
Yes,
when
sir.
when you click word cloud, what it will do? It will actually create a cloud of words with the frequencies. That means it will create a cloud and it will show that which content has been word how many times and what is the number of frequencies, what is the frequencies. The second option is word list. When you are going to use word list option, it will actually arrange all the words used in the document in the ascending or descending order. And from there, as a researcher, you can find out the gravity of these keywords just to give you idea, and then you can further start with the coding and coding process. I will just show you. I will just use the word cloud. I will just click and I will just show you how it appears. I have just clicked. Do you see on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Great. Now there are multiple ways, and if I take my cursor to management, do you see the numbers?
Yes.
80 tokens. Now this 54, 53 responsive. If I double click here, it will take you to the particular location where all these words located. For example, if I have just double clicked on the management, everything will emerge. Do you see on the screen? Every word related with the management will appear. And from there, you can find out whether this word makes sense to you or not. Now, if you want to see spiral wise, you can click here and it will just like, this will show all this, this center word is having a lot of, depth. This means maximum number of frequencies. Okay. Now, if you want to find out only selected words, you can just drag here and you can take from here. Here, I can find out how many words are emerging. Or if you want to go with the typewriter style, then you can find out serially 1, 2, 3, 4, and from there you can start coding. So this process, this word cloud, help you to understand the word which are emerging. For example, especially if you have to analyze 50 books to find out on qualitative research, find out what word has been used in all 50 books, then perhaps it might be very, very difficult for any researcher to read each and every line of 50 books, right? And to find out what is emerging. So in Atlas TI, if you can use this option, quickly it will, within a second, fraction of a second, it will show you what are the word emerging pattern from the qualitative research book on the particular concept. Now, the second option is, I will show you the.
So,
Okay.
sorry to interrupt in between. So these are the this is the word cloud which you showed. These were in both these two documents
Yeah.
combined.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, sir.
And separately, you can also find out if you want to find out. For example, if you have 50 interviews, right? And in particular document, you can find, or you want to find out, you can also find. So now, since you have raised the question, I will also show you how to go about it. Wait. Just wait. I will show you how to go about it. I will right click word cloud. Do you see here your documents D1 and D2? Do you see here and tick mark here?
Yes, sir.
If I click here, unclick here, now this is only for document number 2. If I unclick here, nothing will emerge. Can you see?
Yes, sir.
Now, if I click here, only first document information will come. If I click here, the second information will all included. Great.
Okay,
Now,
sir.
the second
Got it.
option is right click and word list. I will just click the word list and it will all arrange the word according to their percentage and length and everything. Do you see on the screen? Yes or no? And I will try to find out descending and ascending order. So do you see the percentage of words?
Yes, sir.
Which word has been used maximum number of time? Management, then question, the branch, responses, employees, well, never. And as a researcher, you have to decide what words make sense to you. For example, do you see here promotion, right? So this is important to me. And if I want to find out promotion in the entire document, what has been said under the promotion, okay, I can directly click, and I can find out. Do you see all the things? Everything, including question. What has been said about the promotion? Okay. Okay. Now there are options. Since there are only 2 documents, there is a concept of auto coding. For example, if some people are maybe depending on if your data is very big and if you're not able to read line by line, first of all, any qualitative researcher, it is always suggested that you always read line by line, understand line, then underline, then start the coding system. But for your own benefit, I'm just explaining, but I suggest you not to use when your data size is small, this auto coding option. But for the sake of understanding, I'm giving you the idea about if you want to auto code, how you can use it. Right click. I will just do right click. Do you see here search and code?
Yes, sir.
So I will just go to text search. Okay. I will just click here text search, and based on the word cloud, I'm going to code all the words which are having the word promotion. I will continue. And I will just write promotion, and do you see on the screen promotion? I will click here and I will go screen. It is visible to you, this text search? No, it might not be visible to you.
Yes, sir, visible.
Yes, sir.
Visible, no?
11
Great. So that means there are 2 ways. So what I'm going to do, I will just click on apply code and I will just write promotion. Okay. So all the 11 quotation under the promotion, okay, will be clubbed together separately and they'll be coded by promotion. I will just click here, promotion. Okay. Now I will cut here. I will show you here in the code list. Do you see here promotion?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, if you want to see how this promotion appears, I will just show you. Do you see on the screen? Just wait. Do you see here promotion 11 times? And,
Yes.
Now, if I want to see what are the sentences under the promotion, I can see here. Wait, I will just. Okay. Now, under the promotion, these are the sentences. So you need to find out whether this makes sense to me. This is about the question. So I can just delete it by putting this. This is responses. This is question. I will delete it because this question doesn't make sense to me. And this is question. This is, I will delete. This is question. I will delete. And now I can read each line and I can accordingly code it. Now, how I can code? Management doesn't concerned about. So by reading all these things, there are two ways to code. For example, if you want to create any code, you can create any code, a drag and drop. Okay. So, and if you want to create network, I will show you network creation, how it appears in promotion. Just wait. Right click, all common. Everything appears what has been said. Can you see this? That means if you want to explain anybody, if you want to explain anybody what is emerging under the quotation, then just wait. Wait. Then you have to just drag it. Let's explain it. And I will just show you how you can make sense, you know, how you can analyze this network to any conference or research paper. I will just explain here. I will just imagine. Now, all which statement, there are how many statements? I find 6 statements. Now, as a researcher, you have to need and you have to find out how these statement about the promotion, they are interrelated, they are connected, or they are contradicting each other. So, what is the way to do it? You know, imagining that this one, of course, it's not depending on the imagination. You have to read and you have to find out the content. But paucity of time, I'm just showing you the process. For example, these two statements are supporting each other. Then I will just right click and drag and leave it here. And you see, a lot of things are coming. Do you see here? Continued by, contradict, criticize, discuss, expand, explains. I say that explain. Right? Both concepts are expanding each other or explaining each other. Okay. Now, this statement is also supporting each other. And why I am doing so? Because I mentioned the things are purely based on the pattern. Okay. Here. Now this is how you can justify. So this statement is justifying this thing, and you can write in your research paper, you can write and you can explain everything by using thematic network that about under the promotion. If you want to explain more about what do you mean by promotion, then by right click you can write edit comment. You can cite that this is the promotional strategy. You can write and you can explain and you can see things will come. Whatever we are going to explain, it will come. Okay. Now, what happens in now? I will close it and I will open another to show you exactly content analysis, some more details about the office politics. Can you see the another project, office politics? I will quickly show you how content analysis is. Do you see the number of documents? Left hand side?
22, sir.
22. Okay. Now this question, I circulated this question to understand about the, and these are the number of questions. This question you can read it. When office politics ensure your growth, what will you do? Being HR manager, what will you do? And there are 1 to 8 questions, and I have collected 22 information. And based on 22 information, if I am going to find out the content analysis, how should I do? I will just give you idea about how to go with the content analysis. Now you can understand that my project is about understanding the office politics, and these are the research questions. Now what I am going to do, I will quickly give you the idea. Right click, I will go to word cloud. Word cloud, I will just go to drag and try to find out some. Now politics is the 191 times has been emerging in the. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to code politics quickly using the automatic code. I will just go to right click. I will go to search and code. I will go to text search. I will go to continue. I will just write. I will go to write politics. That means all the content. That now what I'm going to do. Do you see find paragraph here? Do you find
Yes, sir.
paragraph?
Yes, sir.
Now, if I'm going to use politics as a content in quantitative analysis, then I'm going to use here words. That means I'm only concerned about the words, how many times it appears. When I write paragraph, then the politics that contains the paragraph, entire paragraph will be coded as a politics. Do you understand what I say?
Yes.
I repeat again, and if you have any doubt, then raise question, I will repeat. When I select words, only the politics will be coded from the entire 22 documents. Only it will highlight the politics and it will be coded only the politics. But when I click either the paragraph or the sentence that contains the word politics, the entire sentence will be coded. Do you understand what I say?
Yes, sir. Got it. So then, if we select paragraph, then the whole sentence, and if we select sentences,
Exactly.
then
The entire sentence will be selected. Okay. And
so here there is an option after paragraph sentences. Then if we select sentence,
I think there is a mic issue from your side.
Hello.
Yeah, please go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Yeah. So like
There is audio problem from your side. Can anybody?
you said that in a quantitative, if we select sentence. So now am I audible?
Yeah, great. Go ahead.
Okay. So like if there is an option for paragraphs, so you are saying that if we select paragraphs, the whole sentence would be coded.
All paragraph will
Right.
be coded. All paragraph will be coded.
Okay. The whole paragraph. So if we select sentences, then that only that sentence will be coded. So there we can see on the screen that below paragraphs, then the whole sentence will be coded.
Okay, I will repeat again because again your voice is coming and going. So I understood your question. When you select paragraph, the entire paragraph will be coded as a politics. When you select sentences, only the sentences having politics as a word will be coded. Maybe in the entire paragraph there are 5 sentences, so 5 times politics will be coded. When you talk about words only politics word will be politics and politics related word will be coded. When you talk about exact matches, only and only politics will be coded. That's the option. Okay. So later on, so these are the options. So you can. So I what I'm going to do, I'm going to use.
Thank you.
You can in the chat box. My you can write in the chat box so that we. Okay. I'm using the sentences, only sentences. I will click. I will send politics. I will go to show result. Okay, and then I will go with the coding. Apply code. I will go with the politics, and all 186 sentences will be coded. Do you see here left hand side 186? Some of you can respond. Some of you can
Dr. Ajay,
sir, I think he got disconnected because of network issue.
Yeah.
We'll wait for him to connect back.
Yeah, yes, come back.
Yeah, yes.
You can intervene, Sneha, you can just tell.
Dr. Gupta, can you hear us? Sir, I guess your network is not okay. Dr. Srivastav, he again got disconnected. We'll wait for him.
Yeah, I'll just tell him that we will continue after 2.
Okay, sir, no problem.
1 second, let me talk to him first.
Yes, sir, yes.
So what we can do, at least 5 minutes baki hai. So we can continue at 2 o'clock.
Okay, sir. So then I'll just announce
That
the
will be
break.
okay. So I will just tell Sneha to make an announcement to the audience. Will it be okay with you? ठीक है ना? So that so ठीक है. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Sneha, make an announcement.
Okay, sir. So participants, we'll go on a lunch break right now. Seems like Dr. Gupta is facing network issues, so I think he will sort it by 2 o'clock, and we can start our lunch break right away. You can either leave the meeting or stay back. We will resume at 2 p.m. sharp. So everyone, please be present on time. Thank you.
Wherever you find the relevant segment, only you capture those segment and then transcribe those segment and then start with the analysis process. Simply mean that you don't need to transcribe all the audio or video recorded data, only transcribe the selected clippings of audio or video, and then you transcribe them and you then start using software to analyze the things. And there are subjective or multiple views. There is no one view of various researcher. Okay. But based on my experience, my understanding, researcher, if he or she feels that because the data transcription, if it doesn't lose the authenticity of information, sensitivity of the information, then you can justify that, yes, by doing this. That means you have to justify your process why you could not transcribe the entire audio or video recorded data. Whenever you are going to explain that only certain segment I have transcribed, then you should be able to justify the reason behind it. And once you do that, it's acceptable. The fact is that as per literature, not every time and all the audio or video recorded has to be transcribed. As long as you feel that only certain segment you need transcription and data size is small, you can transcribe it. But if data size is big and you need to select only certain segment, you can justify with certain, there's just delimitation of research where you can say that. In my case, when I collected audio, because in my case, I had collected all audio recorded data. And I have repeatedly mentioned that this data was, and the transcription is actually, that I'm showing the transcription, it is actually, original form is audio recorded data. So I actually took average 8 hours per interview to get transcripted. Okay. So you can understand the rigor involved in transcription of the data. So Average 30 minutes interview, you will spend average 6 hours for transcription. Okay. And once you are going to transcribe your data, it's always important to transcribe your data verbatim. Verbatim simply mean that word by word, pause by pause, right? To explain it more, what word by word, you understand that whatever word the respondent has used, you are going to use that word. If somebody has used long tone or pause, for example, if you are asking question about anything and the person is just looking here and there and say, maybe for 5 seconds. So while making transcription, you are supposed to write that pause for 4 seconds, pause for 5 seconds. And also remember, and you don't need to be conclusive here that what you are going to achieve out of it so quickly, because those pauses make a lot of sense during the analysis process. Okay. So first and foremost thing, if you are going to use self-transcription, always use verbatim transcription, word by word, pause by pause. That is clear. Second important thing is about when to transcribe, because the timing plays bigger role. Whenever I attend any such presentations, I simply ask question about, okay, when did you transcribe your data? For example, if you have collected data today, and if you are going to transcribe data 10 days later, then I might have serious question on that. Okay. So may I ask or invite my participant, what could be the problem if you are collecting data today and if you are going to transcribe 10 days later or 1 week later, what might be the issue in that? Could someone give any comment on this?
We might omit some serious.
Okay. Okay. What else? What else? Some more options, some more opinions.
The perceptions or the facts can be changed, na, sir, in that duration?
No, perception and facts from which perspective we are talking about?
Talking about the opinion of the person, sir.
The opinion already you have captured. Now it is in a retrieval form. It is in your pen drive or whatsoever you have. Now you have to transcribe that data into the text form. It is in digital to text. So my question is, if you are going to digital make it textual 10 days later, the same data, what could be the issue?
So we might forget some points or the bullet points which we have observed during the capturing of that data.
Very good. Very good. Anybody else?
Thank you, sir.
Very good. Anybody else? Okay. Repeatedly, I have mentioned that during the field data collection, no matter what methodology or what resource design you have used, whether you are using case study method, grounded theory, ethno methodology, ethnography, or whatever method you are using, if you are collecting field, if you are collecting data from the field, always any researcher collect 2 types of data. One data is in a retrieval form, which you can play, replay, maybe audio data, video data, or maybe sometimes if the respondent is not reachable, you also send Google form, open-ended question. Many times people take telephonic interviews when respondent is located very far location and it is difficult for researcher to approach. So that is acceptable, right? But many times when you collect your data, one is about your questionnaire that you ask question 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you observe. And at that lady already mentioned about capturing the information which is capturing in your brain. So while interviewing, you capture so many information from the respondent. That means facial expressions, tone, looking here and there, looking at the ground, looking at upward. So those are all making a lot of sense. That doesn't mean that you need to be body language expert. Only you need is to be little bit observant about. And whenever you find anything very, very surprising about, uncomfort, happiness, excitement, you need to, note it down somewhere, putting some kind of remark on your seat. You don't need to write each and everything in front of the researcher. You need to make it point. And when your interview is closed, you try to take forward those points observed during the interview to carry forward if time permits. And you should also make effort so that after the interview is closed, you need to extend, you need to prolong the interaction time. Immediately, do not leave the place. Most of the people make major mistake by, when your interview is closed, they say that thank you very much, our interview is closed, bye bye. But good researcher, any qualitative researcher, he or she tries to prolong the interaction where your interview is closed and try to focus those points where researcher respondent was uncomfortable, excited, or try to skip many questions, right? So those points you try to first thank you the respondent, that you thank you very much. You give very good answer, insightful answer based on your experience, and try to make some environment so that you can slowly bombard those questions where he was uncomfortable, or where he could not give answer to your question, and then slowly play with the psychology of the person. And psychologically he also knows that your interview is closed, and as a researcher you know that your job is to extract more and more information, right? But at the same time, always remember that when your interview is closed, never ever silently record anything. Only record in your brain, in your mind, through your senses. Okay. And when all the interaction is over, when you leave the particular place, you go outside, find a comfortable place, take out your diary, that is known as field note, and record everything that has been said before the interview, your observation during the interview, how he reacted, how his facial expression was changed, how his body movement, and what information he has shared after the interview. Everything you capture. Now, always remember that do not make unnecessary delay in writing those moments, those experiences that has been captured by your brain, by your senses. Otherwise, you are going to lose. If you feel that tomorrow I will write, then you are going to lose very crucial information, because you might forget so many things because of capacity of brain to capture many information. So always, because when you are going to present your data, people will ask question, when did you write your field note, right? So even if you write 1 day later, of course 1 day later you might remember many things, but on forum do not say that I wrote next day. I always say that I wrote on the same day when my interview was closed. Okay, so safeguard yourself. Secondly, my question was, when you have collected digital information, audio recorded data, video recorded data, when you are supposed to transcribe, and that lady has already given answer that if you are going to make delay in transcribing those information, many more vital information, of course, that is captured information, because in those audio or video recorded data, no vital information will be lost. But whatever you have captured through your brain, that you have written, many things you may not correlate that during this question and answer, what was his reaction. So if you do on the same day, you can actually visualize everything in front of you, and you can write each and every expressions or moment, how he reacted, how he was comfortable, how he was uncomfortable, how he tried to skip the question, how he tried to narrow down his answer, everything. Along with the transcription, you can write your own expression in the form of memo, right? That plays more vital role. Okay. During one of my workshop in one of the research institute of tuberculosis and HIV, I was invited to about the data analysis using FSTI. So I asked simple question. Simple, I asked that how to collect and analyze your data. Now many hands rose because many people were engaged in the collecting data. They say that, sir, we go in the field with the diary and we know in which area this patients died, like HIV and tuberculosis. And when we ask question, many people hesitate. Many people hesitate. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, you are audible.
Yeah. Many people hesitate. Many people sigh. Many people try to run away. We try to catch people and try to raise question. And the answer they give, we just try to write down on the piece of paper. We come back. We hand all document. We hand over all the document to other set of people. Those who are in the back office. Those who are at computers, operating computers, and they analyze the data. And that was Research Institute. Now you can also imagine if you are looking at this kind of setup, would you realize, would you really find out the truth? Would you really find out the real information? I asked question about what about your observation that people sigh away, people do not give in, people just become fearful. Do you capture those information on paper? They say that they were surprised. They said that, sir, we were never taught this kind of thing, never document our experiences. So their experience has much more deeper data than this textual superficial data. So why this example that whenever we are going in the field, if you are leaving all those unsaid part, which is not said, and rely more on spoken words, only captured information in audio and video form, qualitative researcher might find very difficult to discover the real information unless you capture the information shared before the interview, after the interview, during the interaction, by body language, facial expressions. Okay, those plays much more, and many times the real information, the real crucial information lies not in the text data, but capture data that is written in the field note. That is why field note much more bigger role. And whenever you are going to transcribe, always write the timing, date, when do you actually transcribe, when did you capture the data, just to show the authenticity that this time I conducted my interview, this time I transcribed my data. Any questions? So of course I have given you only bit information. There are much more deeper information. So far, any doubt or question? Anyone? Now I will ask a simple question. If you are not comfortable on the particular day, you have captured audio recorded data, you come home, these are the real problems. You are very much exhausted, and you know that it will take, imagine that 5 to 6 hours to transcribe your data. You are very much uncomfortable, fatigued. What you're supposed to do? When should you transcribe your data? Anyone? Anyone else?
So still we have to do it, I think.
No. No. Fact is that the first answer was correct. Next day, because this is also a question, because people will ask if you are uncomfortable and if you are not very you are exhausted and you want to take rest, but if you say that still I transcribe my data, that's a serious question about it. then how do you capture each and everything? Because to capture each and everything, you have to very clear state of mind. So if this is the situation, if you're not comfortable, which of us, then take complete rest, because overnight you do not tend to forget each and everything. Take complete rest. When you get up, get fresh, and then start writing, and then you are more likely to capture each other, because you are doing everything in the attentive mind. Okay, so these are the technical issues and the real issues, and people will ask these questions. Okay, so and what happens when you are going to present your data? Always take the transcription along with you. Interview number 1, interview number 2, interview number 3, all transcription you take, maybe the separate document or in one document, because your because people might have serious question about the authenticity of the transcription. They might simply say that whatever you have transcribed is your own created and there is no authenticity. Just to create authenticity, you can and this is the rule, and this is what's suggested. Whenever you are going to present, you take this paper, and before your presentation, you hand over to audience. When you are physically doing offline, these are the transcription, and then start with the discussion about how did you analyze your data. Meanwhile, any examiner can ask anytime any question, can you play this audio that you have written so and so line, and you are supposed to play. And if there is any error in that, they might have serious question about the quality of your transcription. So always do check, recheck about the quality of your transcription and coherence of your transcription. You cannot write a summary of transcription. You cannot write selected words. You have to show them. So these are the real challenges during the data preparation, whether it is audio recorded data or video recorded data. Always keep in one folder, one container, and then when researcher conduct audio recorded data, you don't need to actually show in research paper, or of course you can write that audio recorded data, but you don't need to actually load audio recorded data and then make transcription out of it. Okay, you make transcription and analyze all the transcription the way I showed you in the first session, and say that this is how I have recorded my data. I created transcription and I analyze all the textual data. Okay, and if examiner have any question, they can verify with the audio recorded data. They can ask you to play. You can play, and they can just check it, and they can say that okay, now your data is fine. Any questions so far? Okay. Now there are other ways to analyze your data, along with whatever I have mentioned about the clippings, about the using software for transcription, about self-transcription. There are 4th ways to analyze your data. Directly, you can import your video or audio in Atlas TI, and directly you can play. You can reduce the speed of playing speed. You can rewind, you can forward, and whatever line makes sense to you, you can stop, you can highlight, just like you have done audio quotation in the first session, exactly in the same way. Now I'm giving you the theoretical now, and after that I will open my Atlas TI. I will show you how to go about it so that you can correlate it. You can make quotation, you can code it, okay, and accordingly, exactly same way you can analyze all your data. But in video or audio data, your transcription, if you have transcription, then through transcription and connecting those clippings, you can show that these are the clippings, these are the transcription, and these are my themes, and these are my code. You can show them. Okay. In case of video data, you can also show the image. You can also show the picture. Of course, in textual form, you can only show the frame, and you can show them what image appears. That is how you can do. Okay. Yes. Any questions so far? Now, if you want to analyze, and I will show you video analysis where transcriptions are already available. For example, there are many YouTube videos, especially TED Talks. TED Talks transcriptions are already there. So on the screen that you see, this is the video of TED Talks on leadership, where right hand side you will see the time stamp and also the words you can see on the screen. So we can in Atlas TI, first we load video data, and then simultaneously we load transcription, and on the screen you will see that synchronized scrolling. And when you are going to play along with your video, this audio will be synchronized and will run. And the way you have done your textual analysis, you are going to analyze text, and you, at the same time, you are going to highlight the particular segment from which that text belong to. And when you are going to, create the theme of video analysis, along with the text, the particular video clipping will also appear. This is how it is done. Theoretically, I have given you the background, how it is to be done. Now I can show you by using Atlas TI. Any questions so far? Okay. Now I will, yeah, please go ahead. Okay. I will just run my slides just for you to see some of the things from my project. These are the things, these are the tools in Atlas TI. If you want to make quotation, you can use this symbol. It is already there in Atlas TI, create quotation. If you want to increase the volume, you can increase volume. If you want to, reduce or fasten the playback speed, you have option to reduce the playback speed. Okay. If you want to do the snapshot, you want to capture snapshot, it is already there. Okay. Just like, the particular moment, if you want to capture, you can do so. Okay. Now, this is also one of the idea. Can you see along with the right hand side, the left hand side? This is also from TED Talks. Left hand side video. Along with that, with the time stamp, right hand side, you can find out the transcription. So once you play the video, along with the video, transcription will go, and you are going to write quotation and coding of the transcription, and along with that, the particular frame of video, particular clippings of the video, you are going to connect with the segment, and rest of the things will be just like textual analysis. I know that it looks very technical, and that is why I said initially that it is a bit hard than the textual analysis. But I will just show you how it has to be done. I'm just showing you the. Okay. So now see on the screen. If you want to show in the text in the textual form, how it is to be done. You see, this is the text that you have captured. Okay, and related with this text, these are the pictures. These are the related videos. Okay, this is the text. This is the video. That means this video is about this text. That means in this clippings, these are the text, and this is the coding, and this is how you justify video analysis. Okay. Now I will move next, and this is about 3 videos at the same time. I have opened in Atlas TI. There are 3 types of videos. I think Professor Srivastava is there. I think we worked on this. This is about one branding about the soap, and we try to understand what is emerging from this branding. Okay, so I will show you this also. And this is
I'm
how
there, sir. I'm there. I have shown. I have just discuss this in my sentiment analysis, but you can explain the process.
Sure. I'm just showing a screenshot and then I will explain.
Yeah. You can explain the process.
And this is the network of video analysis. If you want to explain to anybody else how this plays, we see how this text and video, everything is available on the site. Okay, it might look simple, but it takes, I bet you, a lot of rigor, a lot of hard work, a lot of effort to show this video data. Okay, if you have any questions so far, I will try to address it. Otherwise, I will just open and I will just do some exploration and some, explanation about video analysis by showing you. Any questions so far? Okay. Assuming that you don't have any question, but how many of you really understood at least 5 to 10% of what I said theoretically? Did you really follow some idea, some concept? Few of you can respond if you feel so.
From this video analysis or others?
No, for this video analysis. Okay, I'm going to actually demonstrate how this to be done. Okay, so I stop sharing this screen and I will open and share my share screen of this. Can you see my screen, Atlas TI screen?
Yes, sir.
Great. So on the project that I have shown you, the advertising slides about one soap, I'm opening the same project. Can you see my screen? This brand recall project.
Yes, sir, it's coming.
Great. Now, in document, you can see 6 document. I will go slowly because it will. Can you see and can you give me any idea about how this documents appears? 6 document, or the same or the different? You can see D1, D2, D3, D4, D5, D6. Are they different or the same? How they are different? Do you find the same similar symbol? Of course, D1 to D6 is fine, but before that, symbols that appears on the screen, are they same or different?
Different. It seems different, sir.
How they are different? What is the first symbol? First symbol is video, right? Second is audio, transcription. So see the synchronization: video, transcription, video, transcription, video, transcription. That means D1, what is written silver protection with live buoy. This is the video, right? And same video has transcription in the D2, right? Right? And at the bottom, you can see here, multimedia. There are 3 videos. Can you see here at the bottom?
Yes, sir.
And if I click here, you will find the transcription. Do you see here? That means they are connected with the transcription. Can you see here?
Yes, sir. Both are linked.
Both are linked. If I click here, link. Now, what is the way out? How to go about it? First of all, whenever you are going to use this, add documents. Do you see here? Add linked video. Can you see here?
Yes, sir.
You have to use this, and after using this, you can see here. Okay, and I will just open it here. Once you do that, now video is open. Now video is open. Just wait. I have to open from here. Do you see here? When I open, it opens together. Can you see here?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And this will open together. Always this will open together. Now, all these are, now you see, haha, chalo, live voice and nahalo. So if I am going to play everything, you know, it is written here. I will just play for your own information.
चलो लाइफ बॉय से नहा लो।
लाइफ बॉय नहीं, सिल्वर से नहाओ।
सिल्वर नहाना कनेक्शन क्या है?
अच्छा बताओ, हम बेबीज को सिल्वर के चम्मच से क्यों खिलाते हैं? लड्डू पे सिल्वर की बात क्यों होती है? क्योंकि सिल्वर दे कीटाणुओं से हमारी सबसे ताकतवर सुरक्षा। इसलिए नया लाइफ बॉय विद एक्टिव सिल्वर, जो दे कीटाणुओं से हमारी सबसे ताकतवर सुरक्षा। नया लाइफ बॉय विद एक्टिव सिल्वर।
Did you notice anything with the text and with the video? Anyone?
Perfectly synchronized.
Yes, go ahead.
Synchronization is there, sir.
Exactly.
Synchronization is there.
Exactly. Well, now what I have done, I will just show you. Now, every research is driven by research objective. Now, I will just open the second video and you can notice there. Here, I will just second video. I will just open and just see, and then I will start discussing what I have done. And see the coding here. I'll just play.
हाय माँ।
रुको पहले नीम से नजर उतारती हूँ।
और अभी नीम कहाँ से लेके आओगे आप?
So outdated, कृति।
नया विवेल नीम ऑयल और एलोवेरा बॉडी वॉश, बस एक ड्रॉप कीटाणुओं को धो डाले तो अब त्वचा की कोमलता और सुरक्षा के साथ कोई समझौता नहीं।
What did you notice? What did you notice? Anyone?
The transcription is there, but not synchronized like previous one.
Not synchronized. Okay.
Incorrect transcriptions.
Okay. Where? Just I will open. I will open and just let me know where is incorrect. Which side it is incorrect?
17th line.
Yes. Here. Deliberately I did it just to correct. Incorrect. Rest everything is fine?
Yeah, sir.
Great.
Yes.
No, absolutely. So now I will open the
lag in between. I feel like there is a lag.
Where?
In the entire transcript. Not
entire transcript.
Previous one.
But the words are fine, no?
Yeah, words are fine.
Fine. So this also gives you a lot of things to learn. Even the words are fine. For example, this, hi ma, ruko pehle. So from here, you can select those segments, and from here you can correlate it, right? For example, here, I will just show you how it appears. I will just नीम से नजर उतारते हैं, I will just make the open network and see how they are connected. Just wait. I want to show that on the same screen how it appears. I will just open all quotation. Okay. Now this video has come. I will just. Just wait. I will just. I'm just trying to show how this video appears here. Can you see a video? Can you see a video?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, we can see.
Now, if I play, it will play. That means if you are going to, see here, our objective was to find out what are the different trends emerging from these three videos. Okay. And this is the code endorser. Video clipping shows endorser's image, and we have coded the selected segment. This is the description we have given. Now, let me
रोताती और अभी नीम कहाँ से लेके आओ गया?
See how it is emerging. So on the date when you are going to present this is how you need to present, and you need to explain how it is. Everything will come together. That means when you are going to present through network, you are going to show audio or video. In this case, it is video, coding, and also your own description. If you want to write memo, you can write. Okay. I will just close and I will show you how to go about it. How to coding part, I will just show you. I will show you what was the research objective and how you can start with the coding process of video analysis. Okay. I will just show you. Do you see here memo number 1? Can you see here? Left hand side. Here.
Yes.
See, this is research objective. I will just click and you can read the research objective here. What is the research objective? To study linkage between endorser personality and changing trend 3 brands. That means there are two variables. One is about how endorser personality and changing trend of 3 brands. That means whenever you are going to play the video along with the transcription, you are looking for the information and for endorser personality. Endorser personality means the actors, those who are giving the advertisement of the soap, how their personality is perceived in society. As a researcher, you have to decide how their personality is decided by the society, and as per that you have to find out a suitable code. Okay, and then changing trend of 3 brands. So whatever content is emerging from the video, you need to find out what trend or what content they are going to portray about the soap. Okay, so based on this 3 brand, I will show you how video is playing, and then I will stop and I will show you how it is to be done. Okay. Just I will just close. I will open once again. And then since beginning, I will show you. And it is important to understand what is the research objective. I'm opening just first one. And along with that, your transcription is also opened. Now, here I have given the code endorser, right? And here the word powerful protection, right? From word, it is clearly visible that what is emerging. And here I have just, I will play here and you can see, and you can recheck my, the coding that I have done. Let me. If you understand one process, I think you can do everything.
चलो लाइफ बॉय से ना हेलो
लाइफ बॉय
That means they're talking about the life one. Endorser personality to me doesn't reflect so far. Of course, there are 2 players. Now see here.
नहीं, सिल्वर से नहाओ.
सिल्वर नहाना कनेक्शन क्या है?
अच्छा बताओ, हम बेबीज को सिल्वर के
Now
चम्मच से क्यों खिलाते हैं?
क्यों?
लड्डू पे सिल्वर की वर्क क्यों होती है? क्योंकि सिल्वर दे कीटाणुओं से हमारी सबसे ताकतवर सुरक्षा. इसीलिए नया लाइफ बॉय विद एक्टिव सिल्वर, जो दे कीटाणुओं से हमारी सबसे ताकतवर सुरक्षा. नया लाइफ बॉय विद एक्टिव सिल्वर.
Now, as a researcher, you know that we have 2 objectives: endorser personality and changing trend. Now you tell me within this few seconds video, what was emerging from personality side? You see only 2 actors, right? You know their personality trend. So what is coming from their, as an endorser personality, how it is reflecting, and what content they are talking about the life boy. Can someone give me some idea about it? What they're talking about life boy? What is the essence of life boy they're talking about?
Sir, initially Lifebuoy has the image of antibacterial properties. Now they're introducing silver in the picture.
Great.
So they are
Go ahead.
portraying.
Go ahead. Nice. Very nice.
So they are actually trying to portray silver and how silver is protecting from germs. So they try to correlate silver with like laddu ka work and that chandi ki chammach. So
very good. Very good.
That is how they try to correlate with these 2 things with the new soap properties of silver.
Great. So ultimately they are talking about powerful protection, right? Whether they are talking about laddu, they are talking about what they say that both protect our body, right?
You're talking about the protection. Yes, yes.
Exactly. So what I have done here, I have written here live voice silver and Hana. So I have just connected powerful protection, right? Right. Explain. Now do you see here? Explain 1.1. That means let me see how it appears. I have just written. Let us see open network, how it explains the phenomena. Now here, this is the video as well. Just wait here. View, I will, or view here. View here, comment, and I will open here. Document, I will just remove it. I will show you how it appears both.
हिलाते
क्यों
Do you see here? Everything is coming together. That means video and also this is explanation. Can you see here? And if you want to, show some of the image, you can stop here. You can just drag and show the image. If you stop here, particular image will appear. Region to grow. This is the code. Region to grow. This is showing the competence. This powerful protection, right? If you want to see what the person is saying, you see here. Do you see here the content? And this content is explained. Do you see the word explains? That means this is the textual data, video data, and this is the researcher explanation, how they are connected and what they're talking about explanation. Does it make some sense to you? Does it make some sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just let me. So what we are going to do, you are going to highlight here, right? And the same, clippings you are going to highlight and you can drag and drop. For example, if I want to drag here to here, I can drop here. I have already done it. Okay, so it is not okay. For example, if I make here, suppose if I write something like, again, if I write protection, right? And if I drag here and keep it here, it discusses, it will connect it. Can you see here? Did you see? If you say yes or no, otherwise I will explain again. What you have to do whenever you are going to analyze video, first of all, you take video. Along with that, you upload transcript, okay? And you are going to analyze transcript itself, read, make coding, and then play video, and the particular clipping that you have already coded in transcription, you make quotation, drag and drop with the transcript. That is the way, because you are going to analyze transcription and you are going to attach the particular video in the particular transcription, so that whenever you are going to make either the network or the textual data analysis, everything will come together.
Sir, I have a question.
Please go ahead.
Sir, when we send this manuscript to any journal or any conference, because that is the ultimate purpose of doing this analysis. So, do they also have that Atlas TI so that they can run and they can get to understand that what actually we try to did? Because for text analytics, they have transcript they can read, but for video or audio analysis, how does they will review it, and how we check the credibility? Because ultimately, we are giving them the network to check our credibility.
Okay, okay. The first credibility is your time stamp, the content. For example, you know whatever clippings you have made a quotation, and on the same portion you are going to link those clippings with the text. Okay, so coming to the main point is, first of all, you have to give them the screenshot. Only giving the statement or textual words are not enough. So whenever you are going to send any paper for audio analysis or video analysis, you have to send them many screenshots so that it appears that you are doing Atlas TI, and through screenshot, for example, on this screenshot, anybody can find out the credibility, what this word says and how it has been done. Okay, so this is way of doing it. There is no other way of sending and finding out the credibility. A screenshot, and also giving the process how you have done it, because theoretically and conceptually people rely more on the process, no matter what outcomes you are going to get. And credibility means, if you are going to send the screenshot, and if you are going to send through a lot of code to code relation, quotation to quotation relations, network, and also many there are many graph, many diagram, many chart in Atlas TI. It enables, since I am giving you only the basic idea, because there are many more ways. In one screen you can show the multiple options. For example, on one screen you can show the graphs, like you can show the video, you can show the network, you can show the textual report findings, everything you can show. Okay, so this is how, by showing the screenshot and by discussing the process, you can set the credibility. Okay,
sir, it is a humble request, if possible, after completing this, could it be possible for you to show some published paper where people did this video analysis or audio analysis in the published form, if you have any?
I hope Google is the best friend, and if you can search, you will find many, right? Take little bit effort and you will find many, I can bet you.
Because sir, if I did that, then I can't ask you the questions. If you show it here, so I got the opportunity to ask the questions. What exactly published and how this process will take us to that publication part. If you have, then it is okay. If you don't have.
No, I have many. I have many. So that is why I requested you. If you Google, you will find many, and keywords are Atlas, and the other keyword is computer assisted, computer assisted analysis, CAQDS. If you write, you will find many more papers. Okay, there is the papers are available on the internet. Only you need to make little bit effort, you will get it. Okay, publishing process. Any researcher, he knows better in his or her area of research what is the publishing process. But Atlas TI accept lot of journals, in the different field, they accept Atlas TI, because Atlas TI is used by lot of universities, lot of management institute, including Harvard, Stanford, Wharton, and many more European universities. So Atlas TI is not new in that field. Only thing, I do agree that many journals, if you compare quantitative journals and qualitative journals, the number of qualitative journals is much lesser than quantitative. So in that sense, you might find hard to get more number of journals, but there are a lot of journals you can find. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so any other questions so far? So just like I mentioned in the previous session that the way you do your textual analysis, along with the textual analysis in video analysis, you go with the video along with the text and you analyze text and the particular portion clipping of the video, you align with the text and then go with the next process. So we have already done all these 3 videos. Their transcriptions are available. We have already done the coding. Now the next part is I will open how many codes are there. And I will show here the 15 codes here. 15 codes we have created since it is already completed project. 15 videos, and under those videos you can find out grounded and density. So this is a bit more explanation about what is grounded, what is density. And in density you will find all 0. Okay, I will just show you. Grounded simply means that how many quotations are connected with this particular code. Okay, that means if I say that biases and stereotyping, it has 2 quotation. That means 2 quotation have been coded by the same code. Competence 3, right? Endorser personality 9. And you know that our research objective is to find out endorser personality and changing trend, right? Now here, and all the attributes of endorser personality, what we have done, we have just made a code group. So if I click here, endorser personality, there are 6 code 4: competence, exciting vibes, success achieved. Okay, and with these codes, these are the number of quotations. So if I say endorser personality, and if I want to create report, I will go to report here and I will just click here and all the report will come together. Do you see here on the screen? All the script is there. मुझे भी करना पसंद है, madam, you are always right. ये चांद सरोसना चेहरा. See here the quotation. And somebody mentioned about credibility. When you are going to generate report, all these words like 360p and all these things, they show that this is the video clippings like 108p, and this is system generated. And when you show this, I think the space for doubt can be mitigated. You see here. Right now, if I any questions so far?
बाहर से नॉइस आ रहा है सर. Somebody else.
सही बात है, लेकिन सब सुनेगा तब ना सर. हम अकेले बोल के क्या करें?
I think even somebody. Please mute your audio. Okay. Now, if you want to generate textual report, you right click, open network, and to open network, there is option called view. You have to go to comment, click preview, and I will just maximize it. So endorser personality, that means as I mentioned that endorser personality, we need to find out there are 6: honesty and integrity, competence, success achieved, and connected with this code, there are multiple quotation. This G is equal to 4, exciting vibes. If I click here, if I say add neighboring all quotation, all four will come. You see here. Textual data and video data, everything will come together, right? Okay. And all the video data, right click, and if I say add quotation, things will come.
Wow, you're glowing.
Of course, I'm glowing.
And here.
पर अब लोग कहेंगे ये प्रेगनेंसी का ग्लो है, पर ये ग्लो उन चीजों की वजह से है जो मुझे करना पसंद है.
Madam, you're always right.
Just wait, I think. So in one network.
Wow, you're glowing.
Of course, I'm glowing.
I can change the style. Is it not informative if you are going to explain this? That means what people have said, what you have selected. Okay. Okay. So this is where you can show the network, whether it is audio recorded data or video recorded data. Okay. Now, if you want to see, I will go to second one. Changing trend. What are the changing trend? Okay. Then I can just go changing trend. First of all, let me go the report. I will go to report. And I will just open the changing trend report. See, all the changing trend, everything is captured. Okay. You see here, everything will come together. Okay. Now, if you want to make a chart, then there are options. Do you see Excel report here? Do you see Excel report?
Yes, sir.
Now, through Excel report, since changing trend, there are multiple number of, quotation. So accordingly, using Excel report, you can make a bar chart. I will just show here how it appears. It is generated and it is only, I can only see it. But when you generate the report, you can also see this. Okay. So by using Excel report, by using this report, you can, multiple ways you can, this is textual report, Excel report, and network. So 3 ways you can do so. If you want to, there are other ways to analyze. Do you see here the word analyze? Right? There are multiple options here. Query tool. And if you want to generate report together about the changing trend and endorser personality, this is the set of, these are the operators you can use. So if I click here operators, and if I say changing trend, if I say endorser personality, right? And if I say report, all the reports will come together. Can you see here changing trend and endorser personality? Everything will come together. all the things like your code explains, that means connection between audio and video, video and text. See, every report. This is one thing. There are 14 operators: set operator, semantic operator, proximity operators. Okay, so any operators, depending on your use, you can use it. Okay. There are other ways to analyze. Do you see here code co-occurrence? I will just show you. For example, endorser. Yes. And if I say exciting pipes. If your data is very big, then you can use this code correlation, code co-occurrence. So you can just click here, check all codes, and depending on your relation, you can find out how it appears. But it works only when your data size is very big. Let me see how it appears. Just I'm showing you how it appears. This is known as Sankey diagram. That means just like in quantitative research, we talk about p value. Here in qualitative research, we talk about C value. Have you heard any time about C value? Anybody else in qualitative research? Anyone? Anyone? C value. Anyone? C value, anyone? No one? Please go ahead. Anyone, C value? I will explain them. Anyone, C value? If you say yes or no, then I will explain a bit.
No, sir.
No, sir. Okay. Okay. C value is nothing but a code coefficient. Code coefficient is nothing but code to code relations. In qualitative research, codes are nothing but the concepts. And code to code relation is based on mathematical formula, where they try to find out how two concepts are interrelated. Okay, and code coefficient value lies between 0 to 1, excluding 0 and 1. That means if the value is towards 1, it is significant value, and if it towards 0, then it is not significant value. So here, if I ask you which value is the more significant, what could be your answer here? Here, I think 0.67 is the highest one here. That means if you click here, this is how it is connected. That means you can also generate Excel report, and based on the significant value, you can capture only those concepts which have significant value, and you can generate textual report and you can explain. That means here you see 0.67. That means there are two concepts. One is competence, other is fresh and exciting use. Here, if you see 0.5, that means exciting vibes, biased and stereotyping. So based on this, but these data to be used when your number of quotes are very high and interview is usually more than 25. Otherwise, if you have interview less than 10, then using this code co-occurrence or code coefficient table is not justified. Okay. There is another option. I will just show you other option. The other option is analyze code document table. For example, I will show you how it happens. One is endorser. I'm just selecting this concept emerging and then try to find out across three document how it is emerged. For example, in quantitative research, we always talk about demographic profiling. So here we try to find out the trend because we have three, brand. And under this three brand, how they are emerging. And this is Sankey diagram. That means under this lux, region to glow is emerging. Silver protection again connected with the powerful protection, and powerful protection is also connected with the vival soap. Okay, tender and safety. So through this Sankey diagram, we try to find out the flow of information. That means this number shows the more information. That means 2, that means flow of information more. This is one way to present your data. If you want to see and if you want to explain this concept by putting lot of numbers, percentage, then you can use stable frequencies. Then you can find lot of numerical analysis. Okay, that means each concept, in compared to total number of frequencies. See here. So you can analyze this data by using, for example, endorsers. This is the column wise, and this is horizontal wise. So by using this number, you can find out the percentage of information. Otherwise, if you don't want to use this, only by using Sankey diagram. This is one way. But again, I suggest that this option is to be used only when you have enough number of data, that usually more than 25 interviews. For less than 25 or 20 interviews, this option should not be used because the concept under less than 25 interviews, concept is not too much. And that is why if you are going to use this may not give the correct explanation of your concept. So only you can use up to code group, and after the code group, you can make smart code. Okay. I will also give you some of the idea how to create smart code. And I know that it's a little bit dry and very, very difficult to capture, each and everything, but I will also give you some idea about. For example, if I mentioned many times about homogeneous code and how to merge homogeneous code or how to make smart code. For example, bias and stereotyping, and let me find out two things: honesty and integrity. For example, if these are the two things, if I want to merge these two, I can select these two and I can make one code. I will select two and I can go to merge code because both giving the similar concept. And after merging, this will ask in which code you want to merge. I will say that honesty and integrity. So these two will become one. You see here, it has become one, and this is showing the definition. Now, success achieved, or if this thing and this thing I also want to merge, I can merge by using code here. Merging is done when there are similar code giving the similar information. Then multiple codes you can select, you can use the merge option. There are split option. For example, if you have collected multiple quotation under one code and one code and you know that there are multiple informations available, then you can use this split code option. In a split code, one code can be split into multiple subcodes. Okay. Finally, you can make analysis in multiple ways. You can make analysis using query tool, or you can make direct analysis from here. For example, if you want to make report of strain to be effective, you can just click, you can make textual report, everything will come. Okay, everything will come together. Okay, and export this report and use in your thesis or your research paper. If you want to all report together, all report you can select, you can make report. Okay, and all report will come together. Okay. All report will come together. Second is about, I have already mentioned about, if you want network, then at the same time you can make multiple network. Okay, right click, add neighbors, on everything will come together. It just show you how complicated it can be. Or if you want to change it, multiple ways you can create, Okay. So these are the multiple things, multiple ways to analyze data or audio data. Okay. Any questions so far? Any questions so far? Please go ahead if you have a question. To all? Am I audible to all?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Great.
You're
great.
perfectly audible, sir.
Yeah. So I'm just asking participant if they have any question. So far I have discussed, if they have any conceptual question, theoretical question, or working knowledge on Atlas TI questions. So far, whatever I could explain about video data, about content analysis, or even about ethnography. Any question you have about this session, I would be happy to address and try to answer your question. Or if you want me to summarize all the 3 sessions, I can also do so. But let me know how you want me to do. I know that at least in one session,
if you
or
can
2
quickly
sessions,
summarize, Dr. Gupta, that will be great.
Yeah.
Huh?
Okay.
Just
so
quickly
all
summarize
3
in 10 minutes.
Great. Thank you, sir. So we started with ethnography, and in ethnography, theoretically, we discuss about what ethnography is, where a researcher try to understand the culture, the community, the behavior, the habits, the constitutional of the particular society or particular cultural group. So different cultural group researcher and need to understand under ethnography, where researcher need to spend minimum 6 months, maximum depending on the research objective. And during the immersion, researcher try to capture information through observation, experience, through interview, through discussion. Okay, and that is why it in pictures, audio, video, images, and that is why in the first session I deliberately some images to show you how image makes sense in ethnography. Okay, you start with the inductive coding, and most of the time field-based research usually do inductive coding. Okay, when they are driven by quantitative research, available theory or available knowledge, they use deductive approach. But in reality, research is perfectly qualitative. There are some sense or some ideas or some concept are available. So researcher usually use inductive majorly and also deductive, and the combination of both is also known as abductive coding, which is also known as hybrid coding, which I did not discuss, but I'm giving you. So hybrid coding is the mix of it. Okay, so that was the ethnography. And during data collection, of course, in ethnography, researcher always immerses into the field, so he has lot of idea, lot of things in the field work to share. Okay, second is about the content analysis, which I discussed about. It is both quantitative and quantitative. When you are driven by numbers, only numbers, so looking for the particular word, particular content, and looking and you are going to analyze using statistical method, then it becomes the quantitative content analysis. But when you are looking for the content in the context, then you are going to derive meaning of the word in the particular context, not only about the content. That time you are going to use the subject under investigation, under the context, and then as a researcher you are going to make interpretation out of it. How does the particular concept mean in the particular context? So qualitative content analysis is simply studying of content under the context. Maybe in the different context, the meaning of the particular content keep on changing. So it's only the idea is to find out how the meaning of the particular subject keep on changing under the different situation and different context. And in that you can bifurcate under the context, under the setting, under the and many, under the different variables and different context, you can analyze the particular content. That was the content analysis. Coming with the video analysis or audio analysis, which is a bit difficult. Of course, if you practice, you can learn. Where we discuss about transcription, which plays a major role about how to go about the transcription. And I gave you a lot of idea about what is the way of transcription, whether you can do by your own. If you can do so, that will be the best way, or you can, even if you are doing the third party, which should be avoided. If you do so, then as a researcher, you should say that I have verified each and everything. People can use paid or unpaid or free software to do so. Even if you do so, you are supposed to recheck the authenticity or accuracy of those words and tones. Okay. The last, Atlas TI also has option not to automatically transcribe, but directly you can import your audio and video, and directly you can play, and directly you can write in the second, when other window is open, you play and pause and start writing by putting the timestamp. That is also one option. Other option is also there where there's a large audio recorded data, video recorded data, where it is not possible to transcribe each and everything. Researcher can selectively find out the clippings of those audio or video, and then they can transcribe those selected clippings, and then they can analyze. But at the same time, when you are doing so, always try to club those clippings along with the text, and then accordingly you are going to analyze, just like other data analysis along with the video analysis. Okay, and along with that we have also discussed about two type of information that researchers take from the field. One is about the captured, one is about the textual information, maybe audio recorded data, video recorded data, questionnaires that you can retrieve it. Other data is captured by your senses, six senses, your observation, your experience. That is, researchers should always write in the form of field note in their field diary, and on the same day, preferably transcription also on the same day, preferably. And while making the analysis, they should also put those diary in front of them. They should write each and everything, that if some person was saying all the negative things, later on he gave all the positive view about the same concept. So many times it happens. So, and when you are going to find out what is the homogeneous code, you are going to club the homogeneous code into making smart code or code group. If data is big, again code group into smart group, and then you are going to generate report using textual report, network, Excel, pie graph, a chart, a diagram, and then you are going to justify by the quotations, cluster of quotation, that what people have said about the particular concept under that particular theme, and what researcher has created a memo. These two things are justification for research. Okay. There are a lot of subjectivity. People might say that, of course, nature of qualitative research is subjective, but the subjectivity is reduced, mitigated by multiple data collection method, by multiple observation method, and by multiple data analysis method. This is how we can done. So in that, research is purely emerged on the basis of pattern. So even though the researcher is biased in one or two places, that can be mitigated and automatically addressed. Okay. And this is how any qualitative research design, either it is ethnography, phenomenology, grounded theory, case study method, narrative analysis, along with peripheral method, is to be conducted. But at the same time, finally, I would say research methodology and research design are the backbone of qualitative research. Researchers need to master on those parts. Software plays not very important role. It only minimize your time and give you simple to complex report within a fraction of seconds. But the backbone is research methodology and research design. You need to understand that. And that is how qualitative research has to be conducted. Okay. And there are many more things to say, but I have just given you within the given time whatever I could do. Maximum I have given you. Whatsoever I wanted to give you, I try to give you. Okay. But I'm sure that you have a lot of question, lot of doubt, lot of uncertainty. But making any judgment about this free session about I could not understand enough things. Maybe you need to go through those who have good knowledge about qualitative research. They can, understand the concept. But you need some basic understanding to capture the things. But anyhow, whatever I wanted to deliver, I tried my best to deliver. Okay. So, sir, anything, our participant, do you have any query or any question? I'm always there to. Yeah.
Wonderful session, sir. Thank you. Thanks a lot for knowledge sharing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta ji. So very nice of you. Explained very well. And we look forward to your further association with us, especially in research fund with me and personal capacity also. We can definitely work out. And it is an emerging field. In fact, showing the just analyzing the interest of the participant, I was just thinking that we should have 5 days workshop only on the software.
Yes.
That I was just thinking of understanding research methodology simpler through application of softwares.
Absolutely. That's very good. That's actually need. No, and many times what happens, people try to organize a few hours workshop and try to understand everything, which is not possible actually.
Yeah, one day, see, it requires hand See, even though you may be good in spaces, I'm just telling you my own experience. I do miss, we use spaces day in, day out, or, the Excel. But, if you don't use it, practice it, very often, then you tend to forget.
Very true. Very true.
So, because, we, so that is the one issues, which I thought, let me share with the participants also. So you should know the basics. What is more important is that interpretation of the data, as what Dr. Gupta was saying, that interpretation is very, very important. How it is linked to your hypothesis or, your research questions. If you can link with the same, that is more, it will be more interesting. And that's what, if you write you may give a data, if you don't give a comments, and how, it is applied to a particular theory to explain the phenomena. If you don't do that, then, it is quite it is unlikely that will be accepted for, even for review. Because they say, aapne sirf data cut paste kiya hai. So that doesn't make sense. So, interpretation of data is equally important. So I'm very much thankful to you, sir, for sparing your full day with us. And I'm very much thankful to AICT for this program. And we will definitely look forward for further association with us. I'd like to thank the audience also for, Ashuji Jara, mute kar diye. I'd like to thank the audience also who are really responsive and have taken active part. And thanks the record committee for conducting very well. And also thanks Dr. Ubali, who has taken a lot of time to prepare the feedback. And also once again, thanks to Recall that till yesterday, we have been getting the video recording, screenshots, and also the PPTs of the faculties, which is not happening in other, I'm not drumbeating, please don't misunderstand. But, we are very good, we are more professional, I can say so. So I'm very happy that, you're getting the data, and please interact, because your research will start now, because completing PhD means you have got a degree. But after completion of PhD, your research starts. And my humble request to all of you, please make sure that you spend at least 70% of your time in research and 30% time in teaching. That should be your workload so that you are known abroad. And we have a conference, Asia Pacific conference, as I told you earlier. If you feel like writing, please do write, because either you publish or you perish as a faculty, because in future, only those faculties will be in demand who has written a lot of research papers. Please mark my word. I've been saying for the last 3 years, and it's happening, whether it is an NAC or whether it is MBA accreditations. So unless you have, publications, your marks doesn't go up. So with that, thank you very much. Tomorrow, we have another faculty coming in. He will be talking about sprinkler software, and he's an industry man, consultant. So he'll be sharing his thought process. And then tomorrow, in between 3 and 4, there will be a test. It is a simple test. There are 30 questions to be solved in 1 hour. So I know most of you will be able to finish it within 45 minutes or 30 minutes. So you'll be able to say that. Yeah. So thank you very much. Dr. Gupta, you can log off if you feel so.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir, for organizing such a wonderful workshop. Thank you very much, all participants, for raising wonderful question. I really learned so many things from your question, and I hope that you will apply this Atalas TI or qualitative research in your further research. So
and all the faculties, you can approach directly also. They are very nice people. Whether he's from Mumbai or tomorrow we have Dr. Murari from Sikkim. He's from central government in Central University, Sikkim. So he'll be taking the session from Sikkim. And then we have another faculty from Mumbai. So we have different faculties from different parts of India. So, and you please, if you have any doubts, you can contact even though, our relation, there is in marketing, there is a proverb that first contact in marketing is just a beginning, right? And the relationship can be developed. It all depends upon jahan cha hai, wahan ra hai. And you don't hesitate to contact the faculties in case if you have doubts. Those who are budding researchers and those who are faculties, they can join hand together. And nowadays, a lot of joint research papers are being published. And in this Asia Pacific Conference, which is going to be held on 29th and 30th April, we have a lot of foreigners coming in, so you can join hand and you can do joint collaborative research. In the process, your name will rise. So either your college institute where you are working, their name will rise because they will get additional marks. With that, thank you very much. Please join on time. That will be great. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Gupta ji. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much.
I
Have a
like
nice
to-
day. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank